Necromancer, becoming a god from a lord. Chapter 1. The corpse you ordered is out of stock. It was late at night, in a gloomy manner. Harvey got up and opened the window. A night owl fluttered into the house, rolled on the ground for a few times, and quickly rotted and weathered, leaving only a handful of ashes. Harvey brushed away the ashes, picked up the envelope hidden in it, and read the contents on it with the help of the bright white light in the study. Dear Master Harvey, regarding the batch of corpses you ordered, due to the recent frequent activities of the Church's trial army, there is an emergency situation of out of stock. We are very sorry for this. Harvey took a deep breath, a ball of green mist surged from his palm, and he rubbed the letter paper into powder. Damn the Church's trial army! Since the trial army went to the battlefield of the Evil Moon Mountains, a large number of corpses used by the necromancers in their usual experiments have been out of stock. The reason is simple. The corpses that have been requiemed by the Church cannot be resurrected by resurrection. The corpse driver didn't want to pull a cart of dead and heavy corpses all the way back to St. Vallon to sell them. Thinking of this, Harvey stood up irritably and paced back and forth in the study. Ever since the Spellcaster Union issued a bill prohibiting necromancers from stealing or buying corpses for magic experiments without the consent of the deceased and his family. In this case, most necromancers can only buy expensive experimental materials from corpse collectors, and the source is often the dead who died on the battlefield and had no time to bury their souls. This is naked academic discrimination. Harvey couldn't help but curse in a low voice. I didn't expect that he would face the dilemma of shortage of experimental materials immediately after being promoted to a junior necromancer. It's not that Harvey attaches great importance to and is obsessed with the magic experiment itself. It's that without corpses, he can't transform enough zombies to work for him. Once the production line stops, his business will plummet. Without business, there is no money. Without money, how can he repay his high student loans? After all, among the 7 wizard kingdoms, only the Undead Academy allows students to apply for student loans and repay them on time after graduation. Let's put aside the fact that the Undead Academy does have difficulty recruiting students. This is also the only school for spellcasters that Harvey, a time traveler without much talent for spellcasting, can normally pass the entrance exam to. Unlike ordinary elemental mages and arcane mages, necromancers cannot be employed by noble lords or magic academies with high salaries and become respected spell consultants. They are even more hostile to divine spellcasters such as church priests, although the establishment of the Spellcaster Union has reconciled the contradictions between the two to a great extent. As for alchemists, without the accumulation of family wealth and formulas for generations, ordinary people simply do not have enough capital to embark on this career path. Coming to the simple production workshop, Harvey examined the few remaining zombies standing next to the production line with some heartache. Zombies are used as workshop workers to be responsible for the assembly line production of the soap workshop. This is the first entrepreneurial project that Harvey founded after graduating from the Academy of the Dead, relying on his business acumen as a time traveler. However, the R/U0026D cost of this production line is not cheap. Harvey, who was originally burdened with student loans, could not afford it at all. Fortunately, he joined an interest club during his college years. Several wealthy second-generation magicians in the club were very interested in Harvey's strange ideas from time to time. That's why they generously invested in his first entrepreneurial project after graduation. But Harvey now regrets developing this entrepreneurial project. The sleepless zombies who don't eat or drink are indeed the trump card of the 007 assembly line, but Harvey overlooked the most important point. Whether it's a living person or a dead body, it's far less durable than those metal parts. Not only will the zombies gradually rot, but they often conflict with other equipment on the production line because of their sluggish feedback on the instructions of the spells. Last week, due to slow operation, 3 zombies with intact limbs mixed themselves into the blender, adding many inappropriate ingredients to the finished soap. Coupled with the sudden shortage of corpses, Harvey has no confidence in the first batch of orders to be delivered in a month. Buying second-hand stocks from other necromancers may be a solution. Harvey slapped his forehead and decided to explore the bottom of other necromancers first. In Jackdaw Town, where he is currently located, there are several colleagues who are obsessed with research and stay at home. Back in the study, Harvey couldn't wait to get the letter paper and started writing a letter. Hello, Master Anthony, due to the recent shortage of corpses, my experiment is currently at a standstill. May I ask if you have any extra zombies to transfer? It doesn't matter if they are incomplete. The specific price can be negotiated. After folding the letter, Harvey snapped his fingers and summoned a messenger night owl with magic. He watched it swallow the letter and flap its wings to fly out of the window. Anthony's wizard tower is in the valley east of Jackdaw Town. Now is working time, and he should get a reply soon. Sure enough, about an hour later, Night Owl delivered Anthony's reply. Unfortunately, the content was not as good as Harvey expected. Not only did the other party coldly reject the second-hand transaction of zombies, but also mocked Harvey as a noble spellcaster, but engaged in the low-level work of making goods for mortals, which simply trampled on the dignity of the Necromancer. Harvey burned the reply letter and muttered, "It's really the outdated concept of the old-school wizard. All he knows is to study immortality, soul, and death power all day long. Do you know what it means to go deep into the people and solve their needs? Why is making goods for mortals a low-level job? If you can't make money and enjoy life, what's the point of being immortal? Can you live until the day your wizard tower is demolished?" Of course, these words can't be said to Anthony face to face. After all, Harvey is only a junior wizard, and Anthony was already an intermediate wizard 10 years ago. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1-6, 1-9, one book, one bar, one look. Since crossing, Harvey found that the spellcasters in this magic world completely disdain the life enjoyment and food, clothing, housing, and transportation of ordinary people. Most spellcasters only maintain the most basic physiological needs with bread and water, and devote all their time to the fanatical pursuit of magic research and life level. Even alchemists are not willing to invent and create some commercial products, and are fully immersed in the delusion of the creator who gives life to dead things with alchemy. After silently complaining for a while, Harvey still forced himself to think about how to solve the current dilemma. He took out the first draft of his graduation thesis written during the Undead Academy from the drawer, which was rejected by his tutor as a fantasy. Feasibility study on soul transfer and mechanical undead creation. Harvey still clearly remembered the scene when his tutor threw the entire manuscript in his face in anger after reading the first draft. Indeed, experimental research on souls is not uncommon in the magic world, but there has been no substantial progress so far. Because the truth that most people believe in is: the gods as creators are real. The soul will not be created out of thin air, nor can it be stripped away at will, let alone transferred. This is also the main reason why the creator plan of the Alchemy Exploration Society has always been regarded as blasphemy by the Church and delusion by spellcasters. Harvey took out his experimental creation from the safe in the study and placed it solemnly on the desk. It was a mechanical prosthesis produced by the Alchemy Exploration Society, a defective product that was eliminated due to model errors. After carefully connecting the end of the mechanical prosthesis to a blue crystal, Harvey took a deep breath and injected a small amount of magic energy into the crystal. The crystal instantly glowed, as if a living thing was crawling inside. A moment later, the rough metal fingers of the mechanical prosthesis at the other end suddenly flickered as if they were electrocuted. Then, the metal prosthesis seemed to come alive, and the 5 fingers instantly opened, gripping the surface of the wooden desk, and slowly moved forward a distance. Then it twitched for a while, and then it became completely quiet. The soul energy of ordinary insects is still too weak. Harvey sighed in a low voice as he looked at the blue crystal that was dull and dim after the energy was exhausted. But, this also fully proves: the souls of living things can really be transferred to metal creations. And drive them. Chapter 2. In Jackdaw Town, the noon sun is so hot that pedestrians on the street hide under the eaves. Reiner staggered down the street, and from time to time he let out a violent and irrepressible cough. He also had a relatively decent job as a watchmaker in the past, before he had suffered from a strange condition. Half a year ago, Reiner returned home with the ice rain in late winter after being hired to repair watches. What followed was wind, cold and high fever, followed by continuous cough and convulsions. This made him completely unable to perform the calibration and repair of the watch. For more than half a year, I have relied on my daughter who works as a waiter in a tavern and my son who transports goods at the dock to deliver food and cold epidemic medicines distributed by the church. Reiner knew his illness would never be cured, because starting last month, he felt his lungs start to experience tingling and itchy symptoms. A week ago, he began coughing up blood intermittently, black and red semi-coagulated blood. Reiner decisively sold the full set of watch repair tools that were passed down from 3 generations, so that she could get her son a brand new 2-wheeled cart, and her daughter could also have a cotton white dress she had longed for. She could wear it to attend Sunday church mass, Reiner envisioned. Unfortunately, he could no longer save more money for them, and all the things he could sell had been sold. He did not want to spend money to find a cemetery for himself, or ask the pastor to perform a dying requiem for him. Reiner had left a simple suicide note in the rented shed. Now he just wanted to find a hidden bridge or alley, lying quietly waiting for the arrival of death. He walked on the street in a daze, dragging his staggering footsteps, subconsciously coming to the square where he used to wander. Story, experiment, recruitment. Reiner was surprised to find that what was posted on the sign in the town square was a temporary recruitment from a mage. Among his few insights, those spellcasters who were above the top would hardly deal with any civilians. Only noble masters like the Lord were qualified to drink with them on solemn occasions such as banquets. Reiner, curiously, begged the literate townspeople in the square to read the recruitment book to him. It turned out to be the Harvey wizard who had just moved to the town half a year ago. He wanted to recruit a group of people from the civilians to participate in his magic experiment. As long as he went to the interview, he would receive a reward of 5 silver coins regardless of whether he was selected or not. Reiner instantly felt a sense of joy. He heard that the necromancer would buy dead bodies for experiments. Maybe he could sell another amount of money and leave more for the children. Thinking of this, Reiner carefully tore off the recruitment notice and begged the donkey driver who was hiring him to Harvey's manor. "Nympho. Are you here for an interview?" Harvey asked calmly at the middle-aged man sitting on the chair. "Do you know the type of magic research I'm engaged in?" Lena rolled her throat with difficulty, suppressed her cough and said, "Sir, you are the necromancer, I know very well." Harvey nodded and asked in confusion, "Are you not afraid of the undead mage? Are you not afraid of zombies or skeletons?" "No, cough cough. Sir, there are several undead mages living in the town. Although they live in seclusion on weekdays, no one is afraid. Those rumors are known to be not true." Reiner explained cautiously. Indeed, since the establishment of the Spellcasters' Federation 100 years ago, the cruel image of the mage group in the past has been greatly improved, and the necromancer is no longer the rumored cold-blooded wizard who is bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. In the eyes of civilians, there is no difference between a mage and a noble. It is also unattainable, but it is more powerful and mysterious. Thinking of this, Harvey slowed down his tone a little and said patiently, "But you don't meet my experimental requirements." "I'm sorry, I will pay you the interview fee." What he is looking for is someone who is not afraid of the reputation of the necromancer and who can operate the production line in the workshop with the zombies. Although the middle-aged man in front of him meets the most important recruitment requirements, his body looks completely ineffective, and he is so sick that he almost dies. "Sir, I know my body can no longer work. Ahem, it is of course of no use for your experiment." Reiner did not unexpectedly refuse from the other party. He did not come for this job. "But you are the necromancer. The dead body must be useful to you, right?" Reiner asked hopefully. Harvey was a little confused. "Are you a corpse collector?" "I will not buy a corpse with illegal source channels." "No, sir, the corpse I want to betray is myself," Reiner said with a wry smile. "As you can see, I'm going to die, I just want to leave another extra money for the kids." After saying this with difficulty, Reiner coughed violently, and despite covering his mouth and nose tightly, Harvey could still see the dark red blood seeping out of his fingers. "Did you get a cold epidemic?" Harvey shook his head. The other parties seemed to have obvious symptoms. High fever, cough, chest pain, vomiting of blood. Harvey remembers this disease very clearly. The world before he traveled through time was called tuberculosis. The only difference was that the cold epidemic was not contagious. A dying person. There is no mistake. 619, one book, a book. Harvey sighed secretly and said with some difficulty, "I am indeed short of experimental materials at the moment, but this method is too cruel. I don't think your family will have the heart to make this decision. Sir, please rest assured that I can sign a contract. My body belongs to me, and no one else can decide for me." Reiner's grey face flushed with excitement. Harvey closed his eyes and thought for a while, then slowly said, "Okay, I have another experiment, maybe you can do it, but you must be completely willing and highly cooperative. But I can't guarantee the success rate of the experiment. If it fails, you will die immediately. Compared with your current condition, it will not be too painful." Harvey paused and took the initiative to mention the part that Reiner was most concerned about. "As for the reward, whether it succeeds or not, it will be paid to your family at 10 times the amount of the body, 50 gold pounds. I do. Sir, I do. Reiner was ecstatic. A full 50 gold pounds, this is the amount of money he needs to work diligently for 20 years without eating or drinking to save. Not only is it enough for the children to buy a cheap townhouse, but there will also be some money left for them to complete their life events. Reiner trembled and cut his finger. After signing the experimental agreement with the effect of magic contract with blood, he received the huge one-time payment as promised. Harvey also thoughtfully summoned the Night Owl messenger to help him send one of the agreements and the payment to his children. Magic contract is a special form of contract with retrospective ability, which is mainly used to regulate the contractual cooperation between spellcasters and ordinary people. The Federation has a set of methods to review whether there are violations. Whether it is civilians or spellcasters, the punishment for violating the contract is very severe. So as long as the magic contract is signed voluntarily, there will be no situation of forcing civilians to participate in magic experiments. Harvey does not want to cause trouble to the Federation to this extent. After completing this series of procedures according to the process, Harvey clapped his hands with satisfaction and comforted the weak Reiner in a gentle tone. It seems that your body no longer allows you to return home and say goodbye to your relatives. Just stay here with me and start the experiment tomorrow. He can't be tossed back and forth again. Who knows if this poor patient with advanced tuberculosis can survive these 2 days. The soul transfer experiment must begin as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Master Harvey, please don't let me die in too much pain. Harvey smiled helplessly. This was the 3rd time that the patient with advanced lung cancer in front of him had pleaded with him. No matter how he explained to the other party, the various strange equipment placed in this laboratory still terrified Reiner. A strange humanoid body made of bony human bones and cold metal. There were several belt clips installed, which were obviously used to tie up the recliner to fix the experimenter. And other experimental instruments related to necromancy. Even ordinary people who were about to die were still instinctively afraid of these mysterious and strange things. This was normal. Harvey carefully helped Reiner down from the wheelchair, half hugged and half embraced him to the recliner, and fixed him on it as gently as possible. He could clearly feel Reiner trembling because of fear, and the trembling sound of his upper and lower teeth. Don't be nervous. I won't cause any specific harm to your body during the experiment. Harvey tried to calm him down. I'll give you a cup of dream epiphyllum juice first. You'll fall into a deep sleep after drinking it. Reiner's grey face showed a look of relief, and he murmured, Great, even if the experiment fails, I'll die peacefully in my sleep. Harvey nodded and handed a cup of light yellow liquid to Reiner's mouth. Thank you, Lord Harvey. I mean, even if it's not because of the experiment, thank you for freeing me. Reiner pulled the corner of his mouth hard, then opened his mouth and drank the juice. Seeing the other party drink the potion with a sedative effect and gradually calm down on the recliner, Harvey breathed a sigh of relief and began to debug the instrument busily. The soul extractor driven by magic energy is the focus of his experiment this time. In order to make this set of equipment, he spent almost half of the business investment given to him by his colleagues in the academy. High-quality magic stones produced by the dwarven mines in the caves, spell coordinators made by high elves, and metal prostheses that can be driven by magic energy assembled by the alchemy quest. Harvey has conducted this experimental process countless times, and various insects, birds, and mammals have been used in experimental attempts. Unfortunately, either the direct extraction failed or the transplantation could not be done. The best time was when the extraction was successful and the alchemy prosthesis was successfully transferred to the alchemy prosthesis, but the survival time did not exceed 12 hours. Harvey believes that the soul energy of these non-intelligent creatures is too weak, and most of them are driven by animal instincts and cannot withstand the delicate experimental operations at the soul level. Although Reiner is completely voluntary, Harvey is unwilling to treat him as a pure experimental material like other non-human creatures. After all, this is his own kind, a living person. After completing the equipment debugging, Harvey took a deep breath to calm his mind. Inject magic energy and start the coordinator. The metal tube connects the experimental subject to open the soul transfer channel. Connect the soul core and turn on the alchemical prosthetic inscription device. Although the soul is invisible and intangible, the gradually filling light of the soul core makes Harvey clearly know that Reiner's soul is gradually transferring from the dying body to it. After waiting for the soul core to be fully charged, Harvey summoned the magician's hand and carefully removed it from the coordinator. Put it steadily into the core card slot that had been prepared long ago on the chest of the alchemical prosthetic. On the prosthetic body made of metal and bones, countless arcane inscriptions are densely engraved, which is the key to transplanting the soul and recontrolling the prosthetic body. Looking at the inscriptions on the prosthetic body, starting from the core of the chest, they are gradually lit up one by one until they spread to the entire torso. Success! Harvey clenched his fists excitedly. In the past experiments, there has never been a situation where so many inscriptions were lit up at one time. Sure enough, only the souls of intelligent creatures can have such a huge soul energy. Before Harvey could continue to observe the progress of the experiment, the eyes of the humanoid alchemical prosthesis, which was partially inlaid with metal, suddenly lit up with two balls of blue light. The unpleasant sound of metal rubbing against bones was heard. "Ha, Lord Harvey? What happened to me? Am I not dead yet?" Harvey was startled and looked closer, only to find that the alchemical head was turning its neck with difficulty, as if trying to figure out the situation. Reiner. "Lord Harvey, was the experiment successful?" Reiner's soul, which had just been transferred, was still a little confused and made intermittent sounds. "It seems to be basically successful at the moment." Harvey stretched out his hand to hold the white bone palm of the prosthesis, and couldn't help but sigh. "Reiner, this may be a rebirth for you." Reiner was obviously stunned for a moment, and the blue fire in his eyes kept flickering. "I can't feel the pain in my lungs anymore." Harvey smiled and stepped forward, dismantled all the fixing buckles of the alchemical prosthesis, and said to Reiner with expectation, "Now, try to raise your hand." Reiner nodded blankly, and the inscription on his chest lit up instantly, spreading rapidly to his right arm. He slowly raised his arm, and tentatively opened his palm made of white bones and grasped it out of thin air. "Try the other hand." "Yes, turn your head, you don't have to turn it 360 degrees, you will twist your head off. Take a step with your left foot and raise your knee. Right foot, try to raise your knee as well." A perfect poem, a post, a content, a 6-9 book, a forum, and a look. Except for a slightly poor balance, Reiner quickly adapted to the new body. Harvey was more and more satisfied, and his tone couldn't help but become cheerful. "Okay, now try to jump on the spot, pay attention to keep your balance." Reiner followed his words, manipulating the clumsy metal prosthesis to squat slightly, and then quickly jumped up. Bang! An accident happened. After jumping up and falling, Reiner obviously couldn't keep his balance. He knelt on his knees and fell heavily to the ground. Most of the inscriptions that originally lit up the entire body and limbs were extinguished in an instant, leaving only the core position of the chest and the head. Harvey was shocked and quickly turned over Reiner, who was lying face down on the ground and motionless. The brilliance of the soul core went out. Could it be that the energy was exhausted and the experiment failed? "I killed a good man." Before Harvey began to grieve, the blue fire in the alchemical head's eye sockets lit up again, but it became much dimmer. Reiner said faintly, "Master Harvey, I don't feel any pain when I fall to the ground like this." "You scared me to death, Reiner, I thought you were dead. How do you feel now? Do you feel anything else besides no pain?" Reiner was motionless, with only the blue soul fire in his eye sockets flashing. "Master Harvey, I feel like I can't move, just like I'm exhausted." Harvey nodded and began to check Reiner's alchemical prosthesis. He was surprised to find that although the soul core had been extinguished, Reiner was obviously still alive, although only the alchemical inscriptions on his chest and head were still lit. This means that Reiner's soul has left the core and merged into this body. Thinking of this, Harvey quickly took out another new magic energy core and reinstalled it in the prosthesis slot. "Ah! Master Harvey, I can control my new body again. It's amazing." Reiner sat up slowly, supporting himself on the ground with his hands. Sure enough, as long as the core made of the magic stone is replaced and Reiner's alchemical body is powered, he can keep moving. "Reiner, you have become a battery man now." Harvey couldn't help but joke. "What is a battery man?" Reiner symbolically scratched his bald metal head with his bony fingers. It's okay, you get up first, let me complete the subsequent debugging and inspection." "Okay, Master Harvey." Harvey quickly split and recorded the data of the alchemical prosthesis in turn to ensure the accuracy of the experiment. After all, it was the first time to use human souls as experimental subjects, so no matter how cautious it was, it would not be too much. While busy, the magic doorbell of the manor laboratory door suddenly rang. Harvey was stunned. Someone came to visit at this time? Could it be a new applicant? Chapter 4. Harvey drove magic energy to respond to the visitor and signaled to the other party that the owner of the manor was at home. Please wait a moment. I briefly handled the experimental site and let the energy-depleted Reiner stay in the laboratory for rest. Then I walked towards the manor gate without panic. Mr. Bacot. Harvey was a little surprised when he saw the visitor, but then he immediately understood the other party's purpose. Bulko Kennard, an intermediate mage who is affiliated with the review agency of the Federation of Spellcasters and is specialized in the magical affairs of Jackdaw Town. He was not alone, and there was an ordinary clerk behind him, and two young men and women dressed in shabby faces. Harvey smiled slightly and welcomed everyone into the manor and brought them to the living room. Mr. Bacot, I'm sorry, I'm currently living alone here and have no intention of hiring servants and apprentices. Before he finished speaking, the examiner Bacot interrupted Harvey's politeness with a stern face. Master Harvey, I'm not here to have afternoon tea with you. Let's go straight to the point. He took out a scroll of sheepskin, spread it out and handed it to Harvey, and pointed at the young male civilian who was huddled beside him. 2 days ago, Mr. Jeffrey came to the branch affairs department and submitted this magic contract from you to me, begging me to verify the authenticity. I did issue this contract, and you should have verified it as soon as possible. Harvey didn't mind the other party's attitude at all and asked with a smile. The contract itself is not a problem, but I have objections to the content of the contract. Burko immediately asked the clerk to read the content of the contract again. I currently doubt you, using your high rewards, to lure an innocent civilian into your experimental subject of the magic of the undead. This is a serious violation of the Spellcasters Federation's management ordinance and involves endangering the safety interests of civilians. Ending the lives and safety of civilians can be considered a very serious accusation for any magician. Harvey put away his polite smile and said lightly, Mr. Bacot, have you ignored the most important keyword in the contract? Volunteer. Harvey emphasized. Voluntary participation, and is a magic experiment that does not cause pain to the subject. Bacot sneered, does the undead magic cause pain to the subject? Corrosion technique? Poisonous mist technique? Plague technique? Curse technique? Or flesh and blood cleavage technique? After saying this, he turned his head and gestured to the people around him with his eyes. At this time, Jeffrey, a young man who had been cringing beside Bacot, finally got up the courage to jump out and stammered in accusation. Evil, undead mage. You must have used some cruel and terrifying magic to torture my father to death. Harvey sneered in his heart. Bacot was trying to make the civilian angry and then use it to confirm his accusation. If it were other old-school mages, they would have been furious on the spot and directly fired a magic bullet to this inferior civilian who disrespects the noble caster. But it is obvious that Bulko made a game with the help of this dispute, and was waiting for Zavi to get on the trap. As an orthodox arcane spellcaster, Bacot has always been very discriminatory against the Necromancer. He believes that the Union will include the undead spellcaster in control and treat it equally, which is extremely unwise and tarnishes the Union's orthodox status. Thinking of this, Harvey didn't get angry, but just looked at Jeffrey and said lightly, Mr. Jeffrey, so you don't know that your father came to apply for my experiment recruitment when he was seriously ill and dying? Jeffrey was stunned for a moment, looked at Bacot in a panic, and then explained, no, it's not like that. My father was indeed sick before, but after taking the medicine from the church, he was almost cured. Harvey snorted coldly, is this really the case? When can the church treat the cold epidemic with just the free drug? Seeing that something was wrong, Bulko immediately interrupted Harvey's questioning. Whether Jeffrey's father was seriously ill before, your act of imposing magic experiments on living people is a violation of the rules in itself, don't try to divert the topic. The Federation regulations do stipulate that magic experiments cannot be imposed on living people. Harvey sighed and said helplessly, but the problem is that I do not plan to conduct my experiments when he is alive. Mr. Reiner came to me to buy his body after his death and give the money to his children as inheritance. Mr. Reiner himself died because he was too ill on the night he came to me. Harvey looked at Jeffrey coldly and said, but I did not expect that out of sympathy for Mr. Reiner, I doubled the cost of purchasing the body, but it was exchanged for his family's accusations and slander. Mr. Jeffrey, have you not told Mr. Bacot that you received the £50? Burko stood up, pointed at Harvey and said angrily, this is just one side of you. Reiner passed away that night? I'm afraid he died from your experiment. He paused and ordered the clerk beside him, go and ask a church pastor to come as soon as possible. I ask for a direct autopsy. Humph, the experimental traces of the undead magic can't escape the church's divine detection. As long as Harvey has traces of using magic on Reiner, he can basically convict his behavior. As for whether it is before or after death, haha, who cares? More than half of the members of the Federation do not respond to the undead spellcasters, and even if they are exposed to the senior management of the Ministry of Affairs, they have an absolute advantage. About half an hour later, a pale-bearded priest of the magical arts quickly arrived at Harvey's manor under the guidance of the clerk. No one continued to have a lingering thought and followed Harvey to the storage room. Reiner's body was lying quietly on the metal countertop of the storage room, surrounded by frozen magic stones hanging above, maintaining the body's uncorrupted state. Pastor Derol, please start the autopsy. The old pastor nodded and slowly walked to the metal table. He asked the clerk to peel off the dead's clothes and observe the scars at close range. Bako keenly observed that the deceased's limbs were healthy, and even the skin exposed to the clothes was not damaged. This shows that the magic used by Harvey in his experiment is most likely to be toxins or curses. Pastor Derol carefully examined the appearance of the deceased's body, and did not even let go of private parts such as the back of the head, fingers, soles of the feet and crotch. He stood up and shook his head slightly at Bako. There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book. Harvey stood aside and looked at him without saying a word. Please use the exploration magic. I suspect it is a curse magic. Bulko stated clearly. A soft warm light emerged from Doro's palms, rapidly expanding and covering the body of the dead, wrapping the entire body. There is no trace of casting of curse magic. No traces of toxins or plague-like magic were found. Hey? Is there any medicine component of the eczema in my body? The pastor frowned slightly, a little confused. Burko's eyes lit up and he asked quickly, is it a brand new poison? Derol gathered the energy of the holy light and directly expressed negation. The corpse has no trace of being cast or poisoned. As for the dream epiphyllum, let Master Harvey himself explain it. Harvey said slowly, you may not be familiar with alchemy pharmacology. The cysticus is the main material of a sleeping potion and is completely non-toxic in itself. At that time, Mr. Reiner's cold epidemic was already extremely severe, and he had frequent vomiting of blood and severe pain. He pointed to Reiner's body and turned to look at his son Jeffrey. I couldn't bear to die in pain in the torture, and at his plea, I gave him a normal dose of the epiphyllum juice. I believe Pastor Derol has also detected the severity of the cold epidemic symptoms in his body. As for whether the nightmares of the dream epiphyllum juice is poison, the pharmacists in the Federation will give their answers. Pastor Derol nodded, his expression had been much more relaxed than when he first came. Although I do not agree with the various actions of the undead spellcaster, Master Harvey's mercy on others is worthy of praise. This poor cold epidemic patient has been infected with the entire internal organs. Even the church's healing magic tricks, I'm afraid there is no way to turn the world around. Bako stared at the priest with wide eyes and in disbelief. Pastor Derol, do you mean that this deceased had never suffered magical experiments at all during his lifetime, and was a natural death from a serious illness? The glory is above, and the shepherd of God will never lie. Sorry, Master Bulko. Reiner's son Jeffrey suddenly rushed to his father's body and started crying. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My father is not seriously ill, he must have been killed. The necromancer must compensate my father for his death. Before Bako had time to stop him, Harvey immediately said with a cold face and said seriously, Mr. Reiner said in his own words that he came to me after leaving a suicide note at home. Mr. Jeffrey, since you have received the contract and remuneration, it is impossible that you have not seen that suicide note, right? Harvey turned to look at Bako. Mr. Bako, do you need to send an investigator who can cast a scene backtracking spell to investigate at Reiner's home? Bako suppressed his anger. In order to get more compensation from Harvey, he even concealed such important information. But in front of the church pastor, he could not kill the untouched pariah, who was blinded by money, because he was too confident before and took the initiative to involve the church in this dispute between the caster and the common people. Now instead, he was tied up in a cocoon. Thinking of this, Bulko, who was conscious of his inappropriateness, could only snort coldly and prepare to turn and leave. Wait. Lord Bako, I'm going to take my father's body away, I can't let him stay in the dead mage's demon's cave. Geoffrey also tried to gain sympathy. Bako's anger finally burst out, and he raised his hand and slapped Geoffrey hard in the face, which made him swollen in his cheeks instantly and he fell to the ground. Silly pig, do you fart when you act as a magic contract of the Federation? Chapter 5. At night, a simple and brightly lit production workshop. Harvey looked at the saponified solution in the container as Reiner stood in front of the mixer. A pair of boned arms embedded in metal were carefully stirring the saponified solution in the container. It has been a week since the soul transfer experiment, and Reiner is very adaptable to this current alchemy body. Perhaps because he was originally engaged in the meticulous work of clock repair, he could easily use this simple production equipment. Mix the soap liquid, stir and combine, let stand and solidify, and cut into pieces to pack. Everything is done quickly and neatly. Compared to the previous few zombies who lack arms and legs, under the command of the undead magic, they can only perform a small number of repeated movements. It is simply the innate holy body of the screw world. Harvey couldn't help but imagine that if he could have 100 soul creations like Reiner, what kind of soap would he use to make? He could rub his car with his hands. However, at the moment, only Reiner is still the only one who focuses on the soap industry. After all, the nobles of this world only use sheep oil mixed with wood ash to make semi-coagulated primitive soap to bathe. It is simpler for the civilians, just add a bristle brush to the bathtub. After Harvey made a batch of handmade soaps and distributed them to investors of his own startup project for trial. Even the French second generation who have no interest in doing business know that this thing has broad business prospects. The only problem now is that Reiner alone is responsible for the soap production line, and the output is far from reaching the delivery standard. Reiner, let's get here today. Your philosopher's stone energy has been almost exhausted. Reiner, who was half metal and half bone, put down his work and politely saluted Harvey, then lowered his head and turned around the leather bag slung around his waist. Well, Lord Harvey, the philosopher's stone is indeed used up, but there is still some finishing work. A rechargeable philosopher's stone can support Reiner's uninterrupted activities for about 2 hours, which means that to ensure that Reiner works 24 hours a day, a total of 12 philosopher's stones will be needed. But Harvey is currently just a junior necromancer. Even if he is squeezed out, he will charge up to 6 magic stones within 1 day. Therefore, Reiner can only work 12 hours a day, and at other times, he can only hang it on the prosthetic stand and stand by. It's a pity that these zombies cannot have human souls and minds like you, otherwise the work progress will be much faster. Harvey sighed regretfully as he looked at the zombies carrying raw materials in the workshop. Reiner scratched his head and said restrainedly, "Sir, I found that these dead, living zombies are not completely unable to do this job." He touched the machine that had stopped stirring with his hands, and pointed to the other side of the mixer, also mechanically stirring the soap liquid. "I discovered yesterday that when I was in contact with the machine at the same time as the zombies, we seemed to be able to communicate, but the reaction was slow." Harvey frowned when he heard this and said in confusion, "Touching the machine at the same time?" "Yes, like communicating with thoughts. I tried to get it to lift the boiler with me, it did. But I tried to communicate with other zombies in a distance, but they did not respond." Harvey almost jumped up. "Isn't this a magical version of artificial intelligence automated production line?" He forced himself to hold back his excitement and immediately asked Reiner to demonstrate it again. Sure enough, he found that the living zombies could make some actions that could not be operated by the undead magic commands in the past according to Reiner's request. "Just connect them with metal?" Harvey slapped his forehead and turned to the lab to get a bundle of metal hoses for soul transfer experiments. Through puncture and fixing, it is installed on the waists of Reiner and the only 4 remaining zombies, and then the other end is fixed to different machines and equipment. Mixer, condensing tank, cutting table, packaging table. Reiner, now you try to control 4 of them at the same time and give instructions to the equipment they are responsible for. "Okay, Lord Harvey." Almost the next second, 4 zombies who were originally standing next to the machine started to move at the same time. It starts the processes they are responsible for very flexibly, stirring, adding, cutting, and packaging. This is automation. Harvey couldn't help laughing. "Reiner, you are now considered a qualified necromancer. The kind that needs to be charged at any time." Harvey felt that Reiner could manipulate zombies more delicately than the magic commands of the necromancer, because the soul fused the alchemy body. The Necromancer uses the resurrection technique to control the living zombies, using the death energy given by the magic net and the spell that manipulates the death energy in the undead magic. Although the alchemy body is a failed product of the Alchemy Secret Society's creator's plan, it is essentially researched towards the direction of living mechanical creation. He was not very interested in artificial creators, but instead felt that this technology could be applied to automated production, which was the real purpose. It is just that there is no way to experiment with how many zombies can be controlled by Reiner alone. It seems that no matter what, we have to find ways to get more experimental materials. Harvey then thought of the accusation farce a week ago, and looked at Reiner with a gentle expression and asked, "Reiner, what do you think about what happened a few days ago?" The soul fire in Reiner's skull's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said angrily, "That uneducated thing Jeffrey doesn't know how to be grateful." Then he asked with a little anxiety, "Mr. Harvey, you wouldn't want to terminate the contract because of this, right? If it weren't for you, I would have died in extreme pain. If you still hate that child in Jeffrey, you can punish him as long as you don't take his life. There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book." Harvey laughed and comforted, "I'm not angry. It's common for the Necromancer to be discriminated against and unfairly treated." He paused and said seriously, "I mean, since you have fulfilled the contract and completed the experiment, what are your plans for the future?" Reiner was stunned. "Ah! You paid so much money, I am yours. £50 is indeed a great asset for a civilian. If you don't fall into the bad habit of drinking and gambling, or even enough to buy a cheap shack in the town, you can still spend a lot of money on it for several years. Overhead for household use." Reiner's concept of doing things is very simple. Harvey not only bought his life for money, but also made him survive through experiments. Although trapped in the terrible magical instrument, it is better to live than to die. The wizard who is gentle and polite, who gives money and saves life is of course worthy of all his loyalty and gratitude. Harvey was very satisfied with Reiner's failure to have any disagreement, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, due to the principle of equivalent exchange, I will never terminate the contract. Besides, if you walk out like this for less than a long time, I'm afraid you will." He was captured by the church and destroyed in humanity. Seeing Reiner being frightened and making a creaking sound of metal rubbing against bones, Harvey couldn't help laughing. "But Reiner, since you can live a lifetime again, don't go through the old path of ignorance and poverty. In the future, you can work and learn from me. Let's start with literacy." In fact, Harvey didn't only think of the project of making money by making soap. When he first came through time, Harvey was as ambitious as other time travelers in those fantasy stories. Unfortunately, reality quickly slapped him. Alchemy Research Association developed distillation technology decades ago and applied it to brewing spirits and distilled alcohol. Gunpowder, known as dragon flame in this world, is used to assist flame casters on the battlefield, and plays a magic enhancement role. Antibiotics, penicillin. The effect is probably not as good as the church's healing magic and the alchemy potions modulated by the alchemist. As for the infrastructure artifact of cement, when Harvey was neither a noble lord nor his own fiefdom castle, and even the current manor laboratory was rented, it was an invention that was neither useful nor sold. It can be said that all the ways Harvey imagined that he could get rich one step was blocked by this unscientific magical world. But he has a good mentality. Since military technology cannot be achieved, then the military will be converted to the civilian. During the college years, the college tutors praised the skill of handmade soap, refined sugar, and roasting lamb with one hand. He also tried to rent a printing room and run a tabloid in the academy, specializing in various gossip and gossip news in the magic world, which was well received for a while. However, these are emergency measures to earn some living expenses for Harvey in a short period of time. After graduation, Harvey realized that if he really wanted to embark on the road to wealth, he would only choose to manufacture mass-produced products. And the goal must be clear, and the commodity audience must be civilians and nobles outside the caster. After the soap sales earned his first pot of gold for starting a business, they would consider further goals. After all the experiences and cases in his previous life clearly revealed a truth to him. When making products, how can you have a fortune in building a platform? Chapter 6. Early morning, moonless night. Harvey completed his daily meditation training and reinstalled the charged magic stone into Reiner's small waste bag and hung it on Reiner, who was shutting down the machine to rest. Every night without a moon is the time when the death energy is most abundant in the magic net. It is also the best time for the necromancer to meditate. When he first started to get into the basic theoretical knowledge of the spellcaster, Harvey realized that all the so-called magic in this world was, in fact, it is a way for the caster to use specific inscriptions or spells to draw strength from the invisible and ubiquitous magic net. Harvey often imagines it as the internet, and the caster is a huge number of cow and horse programmers in the online world. The difference is that creating a magic is much more difficult than writing a program. However, the internet has appeared in the past few decades, and the magic net has existed since the age of the dragon. The various magics created by ancient spellcasters have been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. Until today, no spellcaster dares to claim that he has learned all of them. And as long as the caster who creates new magic, he can be given the title of legend by the magic world without exception. Harvey looked through his magic manual and only had a few poor spells: corrosion, acid spray, and poisonous mist. And the only second ring necromancer spell, the primary resurrection technique. This is very consistent with his title of junior mage. Except for the resurrection technique, other magic tricks have not helped his current research and commercial projects. It's even better than the zero-ring spell called a trick, the messenger summoning in the hand of a mage. Fortunately, Harvey also has the hidden halo that is comparable to the protagonist's plug-in, which gives him the opportunity to achieve results but not enough ideas. Finally, I persisted until I graduated from the Dead Academy. A flapping sound came from the window, interrupting Harvey's thoughts. The letter sent by Yes Yao came, and he brought a series of thick letters from Ash Lambert, a fellow college student and Harvey's investment funder. Dear Harvey, how are you doing recently? It has been a month since I received your reply from you. Is your soap workshop going well? I heard that the war in the Evil Moon Mountains became increasingly tense, and the church had sent a large number of judges to support them. Those corpses that were sacrificing to the Mass of Requiem were really a waste. This time I will send a joint communiqué. No need to thank me. Although the communiqué was issued last month, being late is better than not knowing nothing. I'm curious that in addition to focusing on soap production, if you have any other interesting inventions and creations in the near future, you can share and discuss with me. Your eternal friend and staunch supporter, Ash Lambert. Harvey shook his head and rubbed his fingers to smash the letter. This guy, Ash, didn't care about his investment worth 1,000 gold pounds at all, and he knew to inquire about Harvey's strange inventions and creations all day long. But he was quite conscientious and knew that he would send him a spellcaster bulletin issued by the Federation. St. Valen is one of the few kingdoms ruled by non-magistrates on the continent and belongs to the traditional lord's priesthood. Jackdaw Town is also located in the mountainous area of the principality's border, and is 5 days away from the nearest wizard kingdom Das. It takes nearly 2 months to reach Alea, the aerospace realm where the Spellcasters' Union is located. Fortunately, the mage's letter delivery night owls have the ability to shuttle planes, and Alea's letters can reach Harvey at most in about a week, but the premise is that they will not encounter plane turbulence or positioning loss in the middle. Of course, when the spell messenger is loading 2 heavy items, the speed of plane shuttle is severely restricted. If the weight of the item being sent is too high, it will even directly lead to the spell failure. Harvey opened the Federation communiqué that had expired for 1 month and sighed silently. It would be great if there could be a magic or device that can receive messages instantly. Whether it is a teleportation array that is expensive and difficult to maintain, or a teleportation magic that requires a high level of spellcaster, it cannot meet Harvey's needs. It's another bunch of war reports that have no commercial value, and the focus of the Federation has indeed turned to war. Harvey complained to himself while reading the communiqué. Research on elemental cluster spellcasting, well, these bombers are upgrading the power of magic bombing again. The Alchemy Secret Association protests against the High Elves increasing the price of natural alchemy materials. Haha, the raw materials for production are in the hands of others, and you dare to be so tough. The Ministry of Magic's decision to review the punishment of some undead mages who rob cemetery corpses without authorization. Sure enough, the severance of the corpse source made the peers who were already short of materials start to take risks one after another. The mage who studies the magic of the undead itself accounts for a very small number of the huge group of spellcasters. And these necromancers are scattered in remote and barren areas due to various unpopular experiences, making it difficult to unite. The clubs formed during the Undead Academy are often the Undead Spellcaster, the only magic communication circle that can be accessed in this life. Harvey was rummaging through the remaining content of the communiqué, mostly research directions that he was not interested in at all. Hey, about the spell messenger, research on the enhanced plane shuttle ability. Harvey's eyes shrank and he was attracted by the attention. The content of this research report is brief, accounting for only a small corner of the last page of the communique, and only a magic matrix diagram is attached. Obviously, this is information that is not taken seriously. After all, zero-ring spells have been studied to death, and no one pays attention to them except for apprentice spellcasters. But what Harvey is interested in is the content mentioned in the report about connecting the spell-casting matrix of the spell messenger with the magic network, and using the magic network energy to accelerate the messenger's ability to shuttle through the planes. He pulled out a piece of white paper, summoned the magician's hand, and used a feather pen to quickly simulate the spell matrix in the communique. So that's how it is. I have never thought about why the messenger can accurately locate the recipient. Indeed, most spellcasters' understanding of zero-ring spells is limited to practicality. Some of them are not even practical, and are at most used for spellcasting practice in the apprentice stage. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one forum. Just like the magician's hand, it is the release of magic energy with a distance limit. Advanced spellcasters prefer to use the more effective manipulating hand. But the messenger summoning is different. The caster needs to clearly lock the location of the recipient in the magic net, so that the summoned spell messenger can accurately locate and deliver the letter. The location magic pattern in the magic net often represents the real location of the recipient in the real world. Harvey put down his pen, stared at the magic matrix drawn on the white paper, and fell into deep thought. If I use an instrument that can automatically cast spells, with the location magic pattern engraved on the instrument, and this accelerated version of the magic matrix, can I create a spell messenger that can directly shuttle through the magic net to achieve instant reception of information? Inspiration flashed through his mind like lightning, and Harvey stood up from the desk and ran downstairs to the laboratory. Master Harvey, what is this instrument used for? I don't know how to operate it. Reiner, who was halfway through his happy work, was urgently pulled to the laboratory and looked confused. Harvey clapped his hands excitedly, signaling Reiner to sit in front of this simple instrument that looked like a typewriter. When I return to the study, you will be responsible for observing this instrument. No matter what you receive, you will immediately press the button on it to respond to the message. Reiner carefully squatted in front of the instrument, not daring to sit down at all. He had already collapsed several chairs with his buttocks. My lord, but I can't read. This instrument looks very much like the metal typewriter he saw in the town in the past. The densely packed character keys are twisted and unfamiliar like tadpoles. Harvey held another identical machine and smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You just need to press the keys at will and reply randomly." After that, he returned to the study without looking back. Reiner nodded obediently and continued to squat in front of the instrument. The soul fire in the skull eye sockets was frozen and stared at the front. He was afraid of missing any reaction and delaying the adult's experiment. Not long after, Reiner found that the inscription on the base of the instrument slowly lit up a dim red light. The closely arranged metal buttons on the instrument seemed to be struck by a pair of ghostly hands, and were quickly pressed and bounced up one by one, making a pleasant snapping sound. He immediately felt as if he was facing a great enemy, and raised his metal arm with full concentration to hang above the instrument, with his white bone fingers spread out to wait for battle. From the roller at the top of the instrument, a piece of illusory paper slowly spit out, on which was drawn a simple smiley face composed of characters. Considering that Reiner was illiterate, Harvey was in a playful mood and sent a greeting to the other party using the old emoticons that he often used on the internet in his previous life. Next, he just had to wait for Reiner's reply and observe the time of sending and receiving information. The second hand of the pocket watch had just passed a circle, and Harvey immediately sensed the energy fluctuations on the instrument. After a series of rapid knocks, a row of garbled text symbols instantly appeared on the roller. Hello. Chapter 7. After confirming the feasibility of the instant version of the spell messenger, Harvey put all his energy into the transformation and upgrading of the spell messenger. Harvey sat at the desk, operating the messenger instrument while recording in the experimental log with a feather pen. After the messenger enters the magic network plane, the message transmission speed reaches more than dozens of times that of the past plane shuttle, which can be regarded as instantaneous reception. The weight of the letter items that the messenger can carry remains unchanged, still maintained at about 200 grams, and the delivery will fail if it exceeds. In addition to the weight, there are no other requirements for the type of items carried. Magic stones, scrolls, potions, metals. As long as they are dead objects, they will not be rejected. After the messenger enters the magic network plane, its running trajectory cannot be observed. Well, maybe we can try it. Harvey put down his pen and thought about the specific operation of the observation experiment. The caster can indeed use mental power to enter the magic network plane and perform various operations similar to observation or roaming, but it is dangerous. Harvey still remembers that when he was in college, the professor who was responsible for explaining the basic theory of the magic network often reminded the students. After the mental power enters the magic network, it should either remain constant and motionless, or move cautiously in a small range to avoid getting lost in the magic network plane. But if you follow the transmission trajectory of the spell messenger and move in the magic network, it should be safer. After all, I rarely hear of spell messengers failing or getting lost during the transmission process. Thinking of this, Harvey decided to try the experiment decisively. After activating the spell matrix of the instant spell messenger, stick a trace of mental power on it, and then release the spell. After a slight dizziness, Harvey's mental thinking quickly entered the magic network plane with the messenger. There is no concept of space in the real world in the magic network, and the concept of distance such as length, width, and height does not exist in the magic network plane. Maybe it's just a small step forward in mental power, but it will instantly cross the real distance of tens of millions of miles and reach an unknown realm. After Harvey entered the magic net, he temporarily used his mental power to restrain the messenger who tried to escape, and carefully observed on the spot. The entire magic net plane is distributed with dense mysterious energy pipelines like spider webs and capillaries. At the intersections where these pipelines branch or converge, shining or dim magic patterns quietly float on them, flickering like stars in the night sky. Harvey understood that those magic patterns were the spiritual positioning of the caster in the magic net. He didn't dare to approach them easily. Who knows if these unknown magic patterns are demons from another space or sleeping dragons? Controlling the shuttle speed of the spell messenger, Harvey carefully avoided those unknown magic patterns and moved forward cautiously into the depths of the magic net. Harvey did not forget to record the magic patterns with more peculiar and weird engraving methods along the way, which might be helpful for his subsequent research. Until he found the most bizarre magic pattern. It quietly floated in front of a space crack, without releasing any light or dark light, and without any mental fluctuations. The crack where this magic pattern was located, even the dense energy pipelines were sparse, as if the magic network energy in that area had been swallowed up. Trinity positioning magic pattern. Harvey stopped and observed curiously from a distance. The magic pattern was composed of a hollow ring engraved with many unknown runes, with 3 dark spheres similar to stars inside, which did not touch each other but were arranged in a triangular shape. What a strange magic pattern composition, but it has lost mental fluctuations. The owner of this magic pattern has died? But why does it still exist? Considering that the owner of the magic pattern might have died, Harvey was bolder and slowly approached. Who are you? A magnificent and layered voice suddenly sounded in Harvey's mind, shocking him so much that he lost control of his mind and stagnated in place. Countless mental tentacles as thick as octopus sea monsters instantly stretched out from the strange magic pattern and swept towards Harvey's mental thinking. The tentacles seemed to be uninterested in Harvey's mental power in the magic net, and actually followed his roaming trajectory, trying to directly lock Harvey's real position. Harvey tried to recover from losing control, and then found with horror that the mental tentacles spreading from the magic pattern had begun to pry his positioning magic pattern. It was trying to invade his real thinking. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Harvey decisively cut off the mental connection with the magic net, and endured the severe pain of the broken mind to get out of the magic net. Harvey rolled off the chair to the ground, wailing in pain, and 2 lines of blood flowed from the tip of his nose. Reiner, who was holding a pile of alchemical parts to ask, saw this tragic scene as soon as he opened the door, and hurriedly dropped the parts and rushed to Harvey. Potion! Reiner, give me the potion. The blue one. Harvey held his head and pointed at the row of glass test tubes on the bookcase with various alchemical potions. Reiner quickly took the potion and poured it into Harvey's mouth. It took a long time for Harvey to recover from the pain that tore his spirit. When Reiner helped him to rest on the recliner in the study, he found that his outer robe was soaked with sweat. Pinching his still aching eyebrows, Harvey thought with fear. I didn't expect that the first anonymous netizen I met while surfing the magic network would be so dangerous. Take a look at the content of the book on 6-9 without any mistakes. The owner of the magic pattern, it or he, is trying to trap and devour me through disguise. Sky Region, Magic City Alley, Spellcaster Union Headquarters. Member of the Union Supreme Council, legendary elemental master, Scorching Lord Chemosalis opened his eyes and escaped from the magic net. He slowly stood up from the high-backed chair, stretched out his hand to stroke his thick grey beard, and a strange expression appeared on his face that was difficult to tell his actual age. Strange, an unknown magic net wanderer. In front of the desk a few steps away from him, a human figure exactly like Salis suddenly appeared out of thin air and quickly materialized. Another Salis in front of the desk smiled and pinched the feather pen, thought for a moment, and asked Salis next to the high-backed chair. Isn't it interesting? The mental power is so weak that it can be almost ignored, but it can roam long distances in the magic net. Next to the towering bookshelf against the wall of the room, another Salis suddenly spoke. Maybe it's a demon from another dimension, a completely new species that has not been discovered. He casually pulled out a demonology book from the bookshelf and read it attentively. Saras, who was sitting next to the high-backed chair, did not respond to the questions of the other two selves, but walked to the French window and fell into deep thought. Its spiritual anchor is huge and stable, as hard to pry as a rock. The spiritual anchor is something that every high-level spellcaster who enters the magic network must have. Its main function is to prevent getting lost in the magic network or being eroded by unknown existence. Its construction method is both complex and simple, requiring the spellcaster to integrate his own cognition of the real world, his cognition of his own existence, and his cognition of knowledge and faith. In short, the more extensive and profound the knowledge level and the more firm the faith will of the spellcaster, the more indestructible the spiritual anchor will be. When attacked by the mental power of other spellcasters or unknown existences in the magic network, it is more likely to use its own anchor to reversely erode the other party. After sensing the mental power of the mysterious wanderer, Saras quickly tried to lock the other party's mental anchor point and tried to analyze it. But at the moment of prying the other party's spiritual anchor, his own soul issued an unprecedented danger warning. Could it be those ancient guys who have existed since the Dragon Era? The legendary wizard murmured in doubt. The only thing that can be confirmed is the owner of that spiritual power, it or he, is trying to trap and reversely erode me through a weak disguise. Chapter 8. After having the automated production line with Reiner as the core, the soap order was finally completed before the end of the month. Master Harvey, although this is the first cooperation, I think both of us have paid enough sincerity. George Santos, the vice president of the Dragonstone Chamber of Commerce, who has chubby cheeks and a slightly swollen figure, warmly shook Harvey's hands and complimented him repeatedly. Harvey smiled reservedly and stood side by side with him in the outdoor open space of the laboratory manor, watching the Chamber of Commerce's fleet busy moving boxes of goods. Vice President George rubbed his fat hands subconsciously and laughed. Master Harvey, the business of selling production equipment and formulas. Harvey waved his hand indifferently. I have disassembled and packed the production equipment, and you can arrange people to move and load it later. At the beginning, it was agreed with the Dragonstone Chamber of Commerce that Harvey would be responsible for producing the first batch of goods, and the subsequent production machines and formulas would be handed over to the Chamber of Commerce free of charge. Then the Chamber of Commerce will build a new workshop in a city that is more convenient for purchasing raw materials and selling goods, and Harvey will have a 10% share. Harvey narrowed his eyes in satisfaction after receiving the 2,000 gold pound bank draft handed over by George. Jackdawtown is located in a remote area, and purchasing raw materials is not only costly, but also difficult to transport goods. Professional matters must of course seek professional partners, and the Dragonstone Chamber of Commerce is an excellent partner. By the way, President George, did you bring the batch of alchemical instruments and materials I ordered before? Harvey is currently most concerned about his new project. George laughed and said, the instruments produced by the Alchemy Exploration Society are too heavy, and the caravan has to be transported in 2 teams. It will arrive in Jackdawtown as soon as tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he looked around the desolate scene around the laboratory manor and curled his lips imperceptibly. Master Harvey, I will stay at the hotel in town tonight. I will send someone to deliver the contract to you after the equipment is delivered tomorrow morning. Harvey did not intend to keep the other party in his manor. No matter how much he did on the surface, ordinary people could not avoid the fear and disgust of the necromancer in their hearts. After watching George and the convoy slowly leave the town with the goods, Reiner poked his head out of the manor. Sir, those machines, just let them move away. Reiner's words were full of pain. He liked those cold and beautiful production instruments with complex metal structures. Harvey patted Reiner on the shoulder and smiled and comforted him. Don't be reluctant to part with those junk that were put together temporarily, Reiner. New alchemical instruments will be delivered tomorrow, real high-tech products that you have never seen before. The soul fire in Reiner's skull eye socket flickered confusedly, and he said, "Hi, technology." The next day, just after dawn, a long convoy appeared on the tree-lined path outside the manor. After arriving at the manor, the workers began to unload the goods and moved the crates of different sizes to the workshop that had been emptied long ago. "It seems that I have to work overtime to assemble the instruments myself tonight. I really don't want to wait a moment." Harvey stood aside, watching the carts carrying goods in and out with sleepy eyes, pressing deep wheel tracks in the garden mud. After signing the magic contract that was delivered at the same time, the team manager also directed the team to leave the manor quickly without stopping. It seemed that if they walked a little slower, zombies would run out of the manor and eat them. After everyone left, Reiner ran to the workshop and helped Harvey pry open the crates and check the brass metal instruments inside. "Wow, it's just, I've never seen it before." Reiner's bony palm gently stroked the smooth surface of the instrument, and sighed incoherently. "These are the high-end equipment of the Alchemy Exploration Society. We have to assemble them carefully." Harvey was also very excited. With this set of equipment, Harvey no longer needs to charge Reiner's magic batteries one by one every day. Instead, he can use the alchemy energy matrix to plug Reiner in and charge directly. More importantly, this set of equipment is also the most important component of Harvey's magic internet, the server. Since improving the magic network shuttle ability of the spell messenger, Harvey found that the signal transmission distance of the magic computer he assembled is limited. To achieve instant reception, it can only be locked in the range of Jackdaw and the surrounding area. But with this energy matrix, it is equivalent to having a magic version of a super strong signal base station. All computers can send and receive messages, and can be connected to the matrix through the magic network, and then through this super repeater, ultra-long distance message forwarding can be achieved. You should know that this kind of energy matrix was used to power the Continental Teleportation Array in the past. If it weren't for the connections of Ash, the second-generation mage sponsor, Harvey, a junior mage with no power and influence, wouldn't be able to buy this thing. Although it is an old model that has been eliminated, the energy gathering effect is not discounted. Thinking of this, Harvey slapped his head and found a unique long-handled metal instrument from the pile of crates. "I almost forgot, Reiner, I also brought you a set of tools, your new accessories." "Tools? My lord, my fingers are more flexible than the most expensive repair tools. Even if water droplets condense on my fingertips, they won't tremble at all." Although Reiner muttered, he couldn't help but get closer to observe the new accessories. "What is this? A hollow short spear? My lord, is this a weapon for me?" Ever since Reiner discovered that he had the powerful power to turn the strong pebbles into powder with a slight grip, "I have always been thinking about shouldering the defense work of the manor and Harvey's personal safety protection. There is no mistake. 619, one book, a book. Unfortunately, the security in Jackdaw Town is good, and ordinary evil thieves will not dare to attack the caster, which makes Reiner feel that there is no place to use it." Harvey did not explain, and first used the mage's hand to take the tool and installed the long-handled instrument on the outside of Reiner's right arm in the form of a pendant. "This is not a weapon, it's used to assemble these instruments, welding, tools." Harvey paused and decided to give it a new name that satisfies Reiner. "It's called, Scorching Ray. Enchanting weapon? Great. Thank you, sir." Reiner waved his arm and quickly adapted to the new accessories. Only driving the inscriptions on the arm of the alchemy body can release high-temperature blazing flames at the tip of the accessories for welding equipment. Of course, it is not impossible for Reiner to regard it as a weapon. It's just that the magic stone energy consumed is more. The two of them worked until midnight before finally barely assembled this complex and heavy alchemy instrument. With the inscriptions engraved by Harvey on the instrument base, a dark red light slowly lit up under the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Harvey actually felt that there was a sense of satisfaction that a novice assembled a desktop computer for the first time and successfully turned it on. Reiner stood in front of the huge instruments and equipment in a daze, looking up at the brass pillar standing in the middle of the room and couldn't speak. The entire instrument is as high as 5 meters, and the top almost touches the ceiling of the workshop. Even if it is Lena's body with more than 2 meters of alchemy body, he must look up when standing in front of it. In order to buy this set of alchemy instruments, Harvey spent a lot of money and prepaid the dividends of his own shares in the soap factory in advance. The dividend income of 3 years is equivalent to £15,000. This means that even under the operation of the Chamber of Commerce, the sales volume is booming. No matter how much profit is in the next 3 years, Harvey will not get a penny of dividends in shares, which is equivalent to a pure loss-making transaction. At present, except for the investment of about 3,000 gold pounds of the early funders who have not yet been repaid, Harvey's deposit balance is only the 2,000 gold list of goods delivered yesterday, and the remaining startup capital of about 300 gold pounds in the early stage. Although the financial fathers, led by Cultivate, have never cared about this small amount of money they invested casually, Harvey still feels under a lot of pressure. I hope this expensive investment can recover the cost as soon as possible and create a steady stream of income for myself. Harvey sighed secretly. Chapter 9. Early in the morning, Pastor Doler, who had just finished presiding over the morning prayer, walked out of the church gate. God bless you, Pastor Doler, good morning. The old pastor smiled and looked at the townspeople who came to pray one after another, nodding and greeting them. He turned his head inadvertently and found that a familiar figure was walking slowly on the street outside the church and was about to turn the corner. It was the necromancer, Harvey Floyd, who was wearing a narrow-brimmed soft hat, a loose white cotton shirt and black dress pants. Beside him was a tall figure covered in a grey robe, a hood and a mask on his face. The old pastor frowned and was about to turn around and return to the church. Another young pastor beside him also saw this scene, sneered, and turned his head to Doler. "Ha, now even necromancers can swagger on the street in the daytime." He raised his hand and pointed at the grey-robed figure following Harvey, and added angrily. "You dare to bring a corpse puppet with you? Really? That's not an ordinary corpse puppet. When have you ever seen a corpse puppet that's over 2 meters tall?" Doler whispered, "That's probably a stitched corpse monster." The young pastor was stunned when he heard that, staring at the two figures that disappeared at the corner of the street, and snorted coldly. What a blasphemy! As soon as he turned the corner, Reiner couldn't help but pinch the corner of his robe tightly, and said to Harvey stealthily with his head down. "My lord, how did I behave?" The group of priests didn't react at all. Harvey loosened the collar of his shirt and laughed softly. "They probably thought you were a corpse. After all, it's unlikely that someone is alive when they are with a necromancer." He paused and added, "But you still have to be careful. Don't talk in front of people, don't let people find out that you have the same mind as a living person." Reiner followed with a low chuckle, "I understand, my lord. When there are people around, I am quieter than a dead person. Sometimes the dead are not quiet." The two took advantage of the sparse pedestrians on the street in the early morning, talking and laughing in low voices all the way, and walked to a 2-story street-facing house made of grey bricks. A large metal sign was hung on the door of the street-facing house. The branch of the Spellcaster Union in Jackdaw. Having moved to Jackdaw for more than half a year, Harvey has only been to the town twice, and each time he came to the branch of the Union to do business. The first time was the necessary registration procedures when he just moved in. Because of the sensitive identity of the necromancer, he was made difficult and delayed by the staff. Later, he tried to buy some relatively discounted experimental materials and magic books through the Union's channels, but was told that only intermediate and above spellcasters had this preferential privilege. Today, he came here because the Union monopolized the sale of the magic stone, so he had to go through this channel to buy it. On the other hand, he actually took Reiner out for a stroll, letting him get in touch with the outside world and maintain his humanity and stabilize his soul. Even if he couldn't buy cheap and high-quality magic stones, he could get him a batch from Alea through Ash's relationship. As soon as he entered the branch building, a young clerk in a light black robe took the initiative to come forward and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Mage, please show your ID before entering the branch." Harvey took out a button-sized silver badge from his shirt pocket, engraved with a skull logo representing the identity of a necromancer. The clerk glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth, which maintained a formal smile, froze for a moment, and then glanced at Reiner, who was following Harvey with a scrutinizing eye. "The puppets of the necromancer cannot enter the branch." As soon as the clerk finished speaking, he turned around and left. Harvey shook his head nonchalantly, signaled Reiner to wait at the door, and walked to the counter in the branch hall. "Hello, I want to purchase a batch of magic stones." Harvey took out a blank bill of exchange and his identity badge. Thanks to the financial institutions such as banks in this world, Harvey does not have to carry heavy gold and silver coins every time he makes a large transaction. The clerk sitting at the front desk of the hall is a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head. He wears the emblem of the Federation on his chest, and the pure black magic robe of the Federation, with silver rings representing the level of primary spellcasters embroidered on the cuffs. He raised his head from the pile of documents, and casually brushed up a wisp of sparse hair hanging on the side of his ear, and put it back on his head, as if it could play a perfect covering role. Magic stone? Elemental stone or charging stone? Mr. Slightly Bald asked coldly. Energy stone, preferably of intermediate quality. Harvey pushed the identity badge on the counter forward and replied with a smile. Mr. Slightly Bald looked sideways and handed the badge back to Harvey without any reaction, his tone still cold. The branch still has stock, 10, intermediate quality, 50 gold pounds each, no discount for junior mages. Harvey was also stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses, took the bill book, quickly filled in the payment amount, and then stamped it with the badge. Slightly Bald took the bill, said lightly wait a moment, and turned to leave the counter to pick up the goods. Harvey leaned against the counter and looked around the branch hall, only to find that the entire first floor was empty. Not only was there only one receptionist at the door, but even the clerk at the counter was the only clerk, Mr. Slightly Bald Mage. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619, one book, one bar. What's going on? Could it be that the Jack-Town branch has some urgent mission to carry out? Harvey muttered to himself in confusion. As far as he knows, there are only less than 10 spellcasters in the entire Jack-Town, and there are only 6 staff members in the Federation branch, including the intermediate mage Burko who came to the door for review. The staff of these 6 unionists are non-combat types and are research-based spellcasters, and are unlikely to be assigned tasks. While Harvey was alone, the sound of footsteps of someone going downstairs on the second floor of the hall came from the wooden stairs. Mr. Burko. Harvey greeted with a grudgeless smile. Burko paused, subconsciously prepared to turn around to respond, and suddenly realized that it was Harvey who was greeting him. He quickly turned around and walked away with the suitcase without saying a word. Strange, where is he going in a hurry? Harvey murmured in a low voice, but he was still heard by the returning Vayaba mage. Burko is going to Grizzly's castle. He is the first spellcaster to be responsible for evacuating and leading the team. Vayaba said in a faint tone, and handed the small box in his hand to Harvey. Harvey took the box and opened it, and there were 10 crystal blue magic stones and neatly arranged inside, of intermediate quality. Evacuate? The Federation wants to remove the Jack-Town branch. How could it be? I'm talking about the evacuation of the entire Jack-Town residents this winter. Harvey nodded, preparing to leave after talking to Vayaba for a few more words, but suddenly felt something was wrong. He raised his head suddenly and asked dryly, what you said just now is that the entire Jack-Town will evacuate its residents this winter. Weibuletin shrugged and felt helpless. There is no way, the war in the Evil Moon Mountains is tense, and most of the combat mages are sent to the front line. Jack-Town has no more personnel this year to defend against those evil orcs who cross the border and rob in winter. It seemed as if he was talking too much. He raised his hand and pointed to the newspaper shelf on the side of the hall. I posted a notice half a year ago and I will return to town when the winter is over. Harvey quickly walked to the public notice board next to the newspaper shelf, and after a rough scan, he found that he had posted a notice of evacuation when he first moved to the town half a year ago. I think that the notice board in the town, the mayor's office, and the security patrol side have long been announced to all the townspeople. Don't I know it alone? Harvey had no choice but to cover his face, but there was no reason to complain. After all, after he moved in, he stayed in seclusion and almost never dealt with the outside world. Reiner should know, but Reiner probably thought Harvey knew too, so in the end, only Harvey didn't know. What Harvey is most worried about now is that if he follows the entire Jack-Town to evacuate. What should I do if my magic server was built just now for a huge amount of money? If the evil orcs enter the town, they will not even let go of the iron urinal under the groom's bed. They have always been extremely lacking in metal-making weapons. Chapter 10. Sir, we can also evacuate with the townspeople. There is still nearly a month before the winter. Reiner walked to the huge alchemical instrument named Unit 0 by Harvey, skillfully pulled a metal hose and inserted it into the magic interface on his waist. He has now learned to comfort Harvey in return. Harvey smiled bitterly and shook his head, staring at the Unit 0 server in silence. The instrument can indeed take some time to disassemble and transport it, but the problem lies in the inscription on the base. Drawing this kind of spell inscription that can automatically draw energy from the magic network requires the use of liquid mithril, a precious spell casting material. A crystal test tube containing about 50 ml of liquid mithril is worth up to 800 gold pounds. In addition to other equally valuable auxiliary materials, they are also consumables that cannot be reused. Once the instrument is disassembled, the inscription must be redrawn, and he no longer has more funds to rebuild a server. Stay in Jackdaw Town and find a way to defend against the evil orcs. Harvey looked at Reiner and made a decision with gritted teeth. Reiner was silent for a while before speaking in a low voice. My lord, you have only moved here for more than half a year and have not seen those hateful and cruel guys. They are evil orcs. When I was young, I witnessed a team of evil orcs invading the village outside the town in the middle of winter. Reiner fell into a long memory, and his tone was a little sad. They burned all the houses in the village and slaughtered all the villagers and livestock. Even the fish raised in the pond were picked up and the most tender belly was eaten, and thrown on the ground at will. All the metals that could be recast were looted by them, even the bolts on the door panels were not spared. Harvey was a little surprised. Have you participated in the battle to eliminate the evil orcs? Reiner laughed a few times, and his mood seemed a little low. Of course not, sir. I was only responsible for pushing the cart and delivering some kerosene to help the battle mages burn the bodies of evil orcs and innocent civilians. In addition to the battle mages who are stationed in the town, there are also mages who came from Grizzly Castle to support, a total of more than a dozen people. Harvey calmly listened to Reiner's vague memories and descriptions, interrupting him from time to time to ask some details. Evil orcs usually go out in tribes, and an evil orc team is composed of about 300 to 500 evil orcs. According to Reiner's description, in addition to warriors wearing simple armor, there are also priests who wave wooden staffs to release poisonous mist, which are obviously spellcasters. The spellcasters of the Federation who are responsible for resistance and clearing are often in groups of 3 to 5, and it is not a problem to fight more than 30 evil orcs. After all, the primitive tribal evil orcs still mainly chant and cast spells, while the combat-type spellcasters among humans have long learned the crushing magic attack method of instant spell casting. But the problem now is that there will not be any combat mages stationed in Jackdaw Town this winter. No one dares to bet whether the evil orcs will cross the steep Jackdaw Ridge and enter the town to plunder. So evacuation is the best option. At worst, they can return to the town to rebuild after winter. In other words, if Harvey chooses to stay alone, he and Reiner are likely to face an evil orc team of at least 300 people. This may also include spellcasters. Although he is not a combat mage, the unique skill of the Necromancer can ensure that Harvey will not be too powerless to fight back when facing 3 or less spellcasters of the same level alone. It's a pity that he has no goods in his hands and can't shake out a zombie. The incomplete zombies that Reiner had given control to before had been rotten and damaged beyond recognition after more than a month of intense torture. After Harvey soaked them in alchemical acid, they had been transformed into bones for storage as spare materials. As for the skeleton soldiers, Harvey did have this spell reserve. Although he had not yet learned it, it was a first-level spell that was 1 level lower than the resurrection spell, so it was not difficult to learn. But the skeleton structure was too fragile. It was okay to scare ordinary people, but if they encountered evil orcs, they would probably be used to make soup with a single blow of the axe. Looking at Reiner who was standing next to the server and charging silently, Harvey felt that the breakthrough still had to be sought from the soul transfer technology. Of course, it was impossible to find some dying people in the same situation as Reiner and repeat the soul transfer experiment of living people a few more times. But if it was a beast with low intelligence, it might be feasible. After all, after Reiner's transfer experiment was successful, Harvey had summarized the reasons for the previous failure and understood the key to success. As long as enough powerful magic network energy is supplied during the transfer process, the success rate of the transfer can be greatly improved. In the past, I always used low-level magic stones to experiment on those insects and poultry, resulting in insufficient soul energy and magic network energy of the experimental subjects. This is the main reason for failure. Now with this Unit 0 server, the strength of the magic network energy is no longer a concern. Capturing more large mammals, such as the numerous grey wolves and black bears in Jackdaw Ridge, may really be able to put together a team of alchemical beasts to resist the attack of the evil orcs. The more Harvey thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he quickly woke up Reiner, who was already drowsy. Reiner, wake up, we need to go to the woods. Reiner woke up faintly. Since he was transformed into an alchemical life, he had lost his sense of taste, smell, and cold and heat perception, which are the basic senses of humans. But every time he charged, it was as warm and comfortable as soaking in a hot spring, making him addicted to it. "My lord, let me charge for a while. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar." Before nightfall, Harvey and Reiner returned to the laboratory manor. Reiner carried a pair of grey wolves on his broad shoulders, one on each side, and a door panel was dragged behind him with a chain, on which was tied a huge black bear with its limbs broken. "Will this really work, my lord?" Reiner still felt a little uncertain after throwing the prey on the ground. "You'll know if you try it." Harvey was full of confidence. The two worked for a while before they tied the grey wolves to the experimental table and connected them to the alchemical instruments and magic devices. They were knocked unconscious by Reiner's punches, so they had to wait for them to slowly recover before they could start the transfer experiment. After the grey wolf woke up and began to whine, Harvey activated the soul transfer device without hesitation. Using Unit 0 to inject huge magical energy, the spell coordinator made a high-speed humming sound. The modified thick metal tube was connected to the metal cover on the grey wolf's head, instantly opening the soul transfer channel. Connecting the soul core, opening the alchemical prosthetic inscription device. After a few minutes, Harvey turned off the instrument and walked with Reiner to the temporarily assembled transfer carrier to observe. This carrier was sketched by Harvey, and Reiner quickly welded and assembled it with the remaining alchemical metals and materials. It looks like a huge spider covered with a metal shell. The spider's trunk is covered with sharp barbs, and the front port has sharp fangs that are staggered up and down. 8 thick and curved insect legs are stuck in the ground, engraved with inscriptions to ensure the energy channel. At this moment, all these inscriptions have been lit up one by one, which also means that the soul transfer experiment has not failed. The metal spider's body trembled slightly, and then its 8 legs slid wildly and began to struggle violently. "Calm it down, Reiner," Harvey ordered. Reiner took the connecting cable and connected himself to the spider through the reserved socket. Tisk, thoughts full of confusion and fear are not as peaceful and quiet as zombies. Reiner commented on the new alchemical product. The metal spider struggled less and less, and finally quieted down. Only the still glowing inscriptions showed that the energy had not dissipated. "What's the difference with the means needed to control zombies?" Harvey asked curiously. Reiner was silent for a while, as if he didn't know how to describe it. Just like comforting a puppy, sir." Harvey nodded, as if it should be like this. After all, grey wolves are essentially canines. Chapter 11. Sky and Sky Realm, Magic City Alea, Alchemy Secret Association Headquarters. Life is Refined Laboratory No. 7. Chief Alchemist Overy Quinn stood up from the experiment table, took off the protective mask covering his face, and pinched his eyebrows tiredly. To divert the frustration of the experiment failure, he turned to his desk and tried to read a few letters or communiques to soothe. "Overy? Why are you still in the lab? How many days have you been?" A middle-aged man in a simple alchemy short robe pushed the door straight into the door. Seeing Overy standing in the room, he immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. The two of them have almost the same appearance, both in their 40s, with slightly curly short hair, big bags in their eyes and deep dark circles. "Ed, can you at least knock on the door first?" Overy glared at his reckless twin brother speechlessly, and turned his head to read the letter. Ed didn't care about his brother's complaints at all, and walked to the experiment table and sat down, put on the mask that Overy had just taken off. "Hiss, the energy of death is obviously so strong." "Why?" "Because there is no life-devouring alchemy item, this energy cannot be attached to it for a long time." Overy's attention was not on the letter at all. The two brothers were preparing to gather at the experimental table again and continue to have an in-depth discussion on the failure of this experiment. A bang-bang knock on the door sounded. "Come in." No one except Ed dared to enter the chief's office without knocking on the door. "Chief, you have an email to send a package from the post office in Zonglo Lane." An apprentice came in with his head down and respectfully placed a small box-style package on the desk. "Post office?" Overy was a little puzzled. Why not use the faster griffin to fly and send it? Maybe the package is too heavy, and the griffin delivery is too expensive. Ed raised his head and whispered, "Your students are generally not very wealthy." Overy is a professor at the Alice Academy of Alchemy and is highly respected by students. Students from other places often send him some gifts or alchemy works he invented. The chief alchemist shook his head with a wry smile, and was about to ask the apprentice who had not left to take the package to the storage room as it was. Wait, take apart and take a look, just change your mood. Ed quickly held the package and quickly opened it. Hey? What new thing is this? The two of them were surprised and said in surprise. They looked down at the exquisite instruments in the box with brass metallic color. Typewriter? Is this typewriter used by civilians? No, there is no such crystal panel on the typewriter. Ed carefully took out the instrument and placed it firmly on the table. Look, there is a groove on the side. The shape should be used to place magic stones. This is an alchemy instrument. Yes, there are magic inscriptions on the pedestal, but, is this the inscription of the spell messenger? Some of them are similar. First use the philosopher's stone to activate it and see what this instrument is used for. It's so exquisitely made. Ed sighed, looking quite fond of it. Overy unscrewed the drawer handle, took out a crystal green high-level charging magic stone, and gently stuffed it into the side slot of the typewriter. With a click, the inscription on the instrument base illuminated immediately. The original position where the white paper was placed at the typing roller was replaced by a translucent crystal panel and inserted vertically above the roller. Ed and Overy stared blankly, and on the crystal panel, tadpoles flowing like mercury slowly appeared, and finally formed several lines of text. Hello, when you receive this instrument, it means you have received my invitation. This message transmitter, called Magic Brain, allows you to communicate synchronous information and knowledge with other spellcasters who also own it. I invite you here to join the MagicNet Spellcaster Forum. The first forum exchange meeting will start on time at 9 p.m. on the 15th of this month. The exchange will be anonymous. You can choose the right code for yourself first. Forum Founder, Administrator Turing. Ed widened his eyes and whispered in disbelief, how is it possible? Simultaneous messaging? Multiple people communicate? Did he compress the mainland-level teleportation array into this typewriter? Overy shook his head, it is impossible. The drawing of the teleportation array requires at least 5 intermediate or above arcane casters to perform at the same time. He paused and murmured with anticipation, maybe he is a genius alchemist who has improved the teleportation array. Do you think there is a magic matrix of the magic messenger on the base? Although it is not exactly the same. Ed muttered, but the teleportation array is one way. He suddenly became excited and held the typewriter and kept urging Overy. Disassemble it, remove it, look at the specific structure, look at the internal matrix graphics. Why are you panic? The forum exchange meeting mentioned above will be tomorrow night. Overy said thoughtfully. If it is really useful, maybe our current research can find a breakthrough in the exchange meeting. Overy looked at the last line of text on the crystal board and raised his hand to type his code on the typewriter key. The man in the mirror. Native. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. The Kingdom of the Mage, DOS. The towering and magnificent Mage Tower. A middle-aged man with short crimson hair and a luxurious black and golden mage robe sat at the desk, roaring at the typewriter in front of him in anger. I'm sorry, the code you entered has been used. Why? Why can't I use the code name of Burning Overlord? He just cursed twice, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He looked around suspiciously and muttered again. Can't the teacher's legendary title be replaced by others? I originally wanted to show off my power on the forum. Forget it, change it to Flame Overlord. The red-haired middle-aged wizard raised his hand again and used his middle finger to tap the keys alternately. I'm sorry, the code you entered has been used. The silver text reappeared on the crystal plate, exactly the same as before. Shit instrument. The red-haired wizard gritted his teeth, raised his fist covered with a layer of burning flames and aimed it at the instrument, wanting to hit it but stopping. Son of Flame. I'll call you Son of Flame, okay. Congratulations, the codename application is successful. Shit. In the laboratory, Harvey looked at the words flashing on the crystal screen, and raised his mouth with satisfaction. It seems that this batch of anonymously sent computers have been delivered to the first batch of trial users on time. Harvey did not screen the first batch of trial users. Anyway, he looked up the communique of the Federation, and there was a long list of those who had published research results and papers. He just needed to send them one by one and spread the net in batches. They are not only the data feedback of the Magic Network transmission experiment, but also his potential customers in the future. Just wait until tomorrow night, when the first online chat room is opened, and the specific communication data can be monitored in real time. To be honest, Harvey does not have absolute confidence in the server and the matching Magic Brain device that are currently being developed and assembled. He plans to invite about 10 people to the first chat room members, and some people may be absent or refuse to participate for various reasons. But judging from the number of codenames registered reported by the server, there will be at least 6 to 7 high-level spellcasters participating tomorrow night. Let's first see how many people it can carry to achieve simultaneous cross-continental message transmission. Chapter 12. The Quinn brothers waited until 9 o'clock the next night in an impatient mood. According to the instructions of Mr. Administrator Turing, they inserted the charging magic stone into the card slot of the Magic Brain communicator. Enter the codename Mirror Man that had been determined in advance. The mercury tadpoles on the crystal plate twisted non-stop, slowly forming a line of text to express welcome. Welcome to join this Magic Network Spellcaster Forum, Anonymous Exchange Meeting. I am Administrator Turing. Good evening, everyone. Afra and Ed squeezed tightly on a chair with half of their buttocks, looked at each other, and decided to wait for others to send out communication signals first. Sure enough, not long after, new text appeared on the crystal plate, which was a message from the caster. Hand of the Elements, hello, Mr. Administrator, good evening, everyone, I am very happy to be invited to participate in this mysterious exchange meeting. This elemental mage is quite polite, although the online name reveals his identity at a glance. Harvey sat in front of the server monitoring equipment in the laboratory and laughed and complained. Someone started the conversation, and others began to send greeting messages and gradually joined in the exchange. Son of Flame, I have a question for Mr. Administrator. I wonder what price I need to pay to get the answer? Son of Flame, it's about the operating principle of this spellcaster forum. Does it involve high-level magic theories such as magic pattern positioning? Harvey was startled as if he was suddenly called out. Can't the chat group just at the group leader for no reason? Those who participated in the forum were all high-level spellcasters he had screened. Any random question could expose his lack of knowledge and magic ability. Harvey hesitated whether to refuse directly, and a new message suddenly popped up in the chat box. Scorching Lord, maybe I can answer this question for Mr. Turing, and there is no need to pay. Everyone stopped sending text messages, and it seemed that they attached great importance to the answer to this question. Scorching Lord, although the instrument given by Mr. Turing to everyone is simple in structure, it is exquisitely designed. The magic matrix that drives the instrument absorbs the energy of the magic network in a multi-dimensional overlapping way. But I believe that this small instrument alone cannot achieve the goal of sending and receiving instant messages to multiple people across long distances. So I guess that Mr. Turing should have used his in-depth research on the magic matrix to condense his own projection magic pattern in the magic network? The red-haired wizard with the online name Son of Flame sat in front of the Magic Brain instrument, slightly opening his mouth in surprise. Magic pattern projection? The unique ability of legendary spellcasters, which legendary spellcaster is Mr. Turing? Frost Giant, the magic pattern projection of legendary spellcasters cannot support such a huge amount of information exchange. Excuse me, the continent-level teleportation array can only achieve one-way transmission. Earth-loving, maybe multiple high-level spellcasters draw the matrix at the same time and continue to cast spells to maintain the stability of the transmission? Frost Giant, unable to locate, completely anonymous, and instant messages. Tell me, which high-level spellcasters can draw this level of matrix? This Frost Giant looks like a nitpicker. Although everyone's guesses were getting more and more biased, Harvey, who didn't have to answer the fatal question himself, was still a little gloating. Sure enough, the atmosphere of the following communication immediately became intense, and a burning atmosphere filled the virtual forum. Fortunately, Harvey had the Unit 0 repeater as an information transfer, and an improved version of the spell messenger shuttled through the magic network to ensure that the source of the information could not be located at all. Otherwise, this group of high-level spellcasters who were chatting with a hint of anger might really fight across the screen. After all, in this world, it is really possible for coming over along the network cable to kill you to happen. The tracking spells of high-level spellcasters are not something that can be easily underestimated. The Quinn brothers twisted their buttocks anxiously, and both stood in front of the Magic Brain instrument, staring at the intense forum exchanges in a daze. Offeret, should we still send a message to publicly ask about the problems encountered in the experiment? Author was stunned and hesitated. It's better to observe for a while, as the forum will definitely not be limited to this one. In the Alchemy Exploration Conference, the project on Artificial God hosted by the brothers Author and Ed has been in a stagnant stage. It can even be said that it has almost failed since the beginning. The experiment of life refining is as tempting as the most dazzling gem on the crown of the throne of God for any alchemist. It means that alchemy has divided the authority of the Creator and can have the supreme power to give life to dead things. But once it involves the gods of nothingness, there will be a lot of controversy and opposition. The experiment of life refining was once listed together with the curse and sacrifice spells of the Necromancer and the demon summoning spells of the arcane wizard. It was listed as a taboo spell by the Federation and prohibited from being learned, spread and used at will. But the Quinn brothers actually began to try to use alien intelligent creatures for refining experiments in secret early on. Fell orcs, rock goblins, half-demons. It seems that as long as they don't use humans for experiments, the Federation can always turn a blind eye. Heart of the Forest, everyone, I have a research question that needs to be answered, it's about natural magic. The news flashed alone on the screen, completely unable to stop the current fierce academic dispute scene, and no one cared about it. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Harvey covered his face speechlessly. The original intention of establishing the forum was to allow you to communicate freely with magic theories so that I could plagiarize free high-level knowledge, and how it became like this. If these high-level spellcasters were placed on the internet in their previous lives, they would be a group of Zeoan strong men. Harvey decided to go back to the topic in person. Manager Turing, if you need to communicate separately, you can apply to me to block others, depending on whether everyone is willing to make it public. The group leader had a great effect, and everyone stopped controversy and raised new questions one after another. Captain Ghost, Mr. Manager, how should we pay and get paid if we share our knowledge in the forum? Scarred Lord, money is meaningless to me. Heart of the Forest, I may be able to provide some valuable spell casting materials in exchange, but how can I deliver them to the other party anonymously? Frost Giant, value does not mean need. In the eyes of different types of spellcasters, the same material has a very different value. Son of Flame, shit. Stop quarrel, stop quarrel. Seeing that the topic was about to return to controversy, Harvey quickly made an appointment. Manager Turing, I believe that no one will think that the knowledge you have paid can be measured only by money and materials. Manager Turing, I will mark your value for your contributions and efforts in the form of points. Manager Turing, each spellcaster who participates in the forum communication will automatically receive 10 points. Those who share knowledge or intelligence publicly will receive corresponding points rewards after all members jointly determine their value. Manager Turing, those who seek answers to questions will publish questions publicly in the form of points, and the answerer will obtain points paid by the questioner. Manager Turing, all the contents of exchanges and discussions in the forum adhere to the principles of freedom, openness, inclusiveness, and anonymity, and are not subject to any rules. Brothers Quinn saw the last sentence that appeared on the crystal panel, and looked ecstatic. This means that even when discussing taboo techniques, there will be no real risks. The red-haired mage with the net name Son of Flame looked at the crystal panel and frowned slightly, this Administrator Turing's casual attitude. Could it be that his true identity is a neutral and ancient existence of non-human beings? High-level demons or ancient dragon clans? All the casters who participated in the exchange realized that this completely open and absolutely secret exchange meeting was realized. The knowledge and intelligence contained in it, as well as the strange rule of exchange of knowledge and points, are probably the real priceless. Chapter 13. Early in the morning, the old hunter Pierce came to the foot of the densely wooded Jackdaw Ridge as usual. Today was his last hunt before this winter. There was still time to harvest a batch of high-quality animal furs for winter before moving to Grizzly Castle for the winter. He didn't want to go too deep into the mountains to avoid delaying his return or encountering black bears that had not yet hibernated. Pierce first checked the traps and snares he had set a week ago based on the marks he had left before. Fortunately, a grey wolf that was obviously still in its prime fell under the trap and was not intercepted by other predators. After peeling off the smooth and thick wolf skin neatly, Pierce whistled happily and picked off a wolf leg meat, and lunch was settled. The hound barked loudly not far away, reminding the old hunter that he had found new traces of wild animals. Wolf Den. Pierce found that the hound stood at the entrance of the cave and kept barking, but did not go in. This means that there is a female wolf in the den. Pierce quietly touched the side of the den, took out a flint and lit a bunch of hay, and threw it in. He held a short knife in his mouth, held down the restless hound, and hid aside with his hands holding the hunting bow. After waiting for a long time, the smoke from the burning hay had dissipated, but the she-wolf still did not come out of the den. Pierce frowned slightly, slowly walked to the wolf den and looked inside. A she-wolf with dull fur and bony bones was staring at a pair of fluorescent green eyes, staring at the hunter and growling in a low voice. Under the belly of the she-wolf, several fat wolf cubs were burrowing around, as if they wanted to avoid the smoke under their mother's thick hair. Pierce was stunned for a moment, and slowly backed out of the wolf den. "Old buddy, let's go." The hunter grabbed the hound that refused to give up and moved away from the hunting area. In the valley, there were more than a dozen wolf corpses that had been skinned in a clumsy way, lying in all directions, and the scene was extremely bloody. As soon as Pierce saw this scene, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Unlike the methods of the hunter friends he was familiar with, the hunting team of the nobles had already arrived at Grizzly Castle. Who else in this forest could have the ability to hunt a whole pack of wolves? The hound sniffed in the wind with its nose raised, making a low whine of anxiety. In fact, there was no need for the hound to remind him, because the faint fishy smell in the air that was obviously not from the wolf corpse had been detected by Pierce. Whoosh! A rough-boned short spear broke through the air, pierced the hound through, and nailed it to the ground. Pierce didn't care about the heartache, and subconsciously rolled over and threw himself behind a thick tree to hide. The hound was still alive, kicking its legs and wailing a few times. The fishy smell became stronger. The hunter behind the tree poked his head out slightly to observe, and his pupils shrank instantly. Two humanoid creatures wearing filthy and broken bone armor, tall and strong, but with twisted and swollen heads like beasts, slowly walked out of the bushes, squatted in front of the hound, took out a flint dagger, and stabbed the hound's neck fiercely. Puff! Pierce closed his eyes reluctantly, and a deep fear rose in his heart. It's the evil orcs. The evil orcs are coming. The breeze blew through the forest, bringing the leaves to shake. The standing evil orc seemed to notice something, slightly raised his nose, and looked around vigilantly. Not good. Pierce realized the problem. He looked down at the fresh wolf leg hanging on his waist. With a thump, a bone spear pierced into the tree where the hunter was hiding, with great force, almost penetrating the trunk. Without any hesitation, Pierce jumped up and ran into the depths of the woods without looking back. There were patrols in the town that had not yet left. As long as he could escape to the vicinity of the town, he would have a glimmer of hope for survival. He also had to pass on the news that the evil orcs had entered Jackdaw Ridge in advance to the town's spellcasters and noble lords. Otherwise, many civilians who did not have time to evacuate would die. While running wildly, Pierce felt a shock in his waist, and then a burning pain spread from there to his chest. He subconsciously glanced at the source of the pain and found a deep wound on his waist, which was rapidly oozing blood from the torn clothes. The heavy breathing of the beast came from behind, getting closer and closer. The hunter took off the fur on his shoulders, gritted his teeth, and ran towards the familiar river at the foot of the mountain at a faster speed. Harvey's laboratory manor. Reiner sat on a special metal bench, holding up the literacy booklet that Harvey had compiled for him, and reading it word by word. Since he was transformed into an alchemical life, his memory has far surpassed that of a human. He can memorize a booklet by heart just by turning it over and over several times, which makes Harvey envious. "Sir, after learning these words, can I also communicate and learn with those masters in your forum?" Harvey laughed and shook his head. "That's not enough, you still have to start from the most basic theory of necromancy. No mistakes in one post, one content, 1/6, 1 book, 1 bar, and 1 look." Reiner sighed with longing. "I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to become a master wizard." He took off the charging pipe connected to his waist, with a slightly regretful tone. "My lord, if I had known that I could learn magic by transforming into an alchemical life, I would have stopped being a human being." "Ha ha ha, that's not necessary." The magic trap alarm in the laboratory suddenly buzzed and issued a warning. Before Harvey could react, he saw Reiner standing up from the bench and pulling off the charging pipe. "There is an intruder." "Sir," Reiner said in a serious tone, raised his arm and ignited the welding torch, and walked towards the gate of the manor with big strides. Harvey hurriedly followed. The 4 successfully transformed grey wolf alchemy beasts were arranged by him to lurk in the orchard outside the manor, and they might attack intruders at any time. As soon as he followed Reiner to the edge of the orchard, he heard a scream from inside. Oh no, could it be a farmer or a town resident who broke in by mistake? Harvey didn't want to get involved in a lawsuit with the union inspector and be accused of attacking civilians without reason. Sir! I know him, he is the old hunter Pierce in the town. Reiner had already rushed into the orchard. When Harvey arrived, he saw the hunter lying in a pool of blood, wet all over, with a long wound on his waist. There was also a through wound on his calf, which seemed to be pierced directly by the metal-sharp feet of the alchemy beast. An alchemy beast curled up its 8 metal insect legs and lay timidly on the side, as if it had just been taught a lesson by Reiner. The hunter was terrified and trembling with pain, but he endured the severe pain and refused to groan. Harvey walked to Pierce, squatted down and asked seriously, "Why did you break into the manor of a spellcaster without permission? Didn't you see the sign I put up outside the orchard that said no entry without permission?" Pierce hugged his injured calf and gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, I can't read." After that, his eyes rolled up in pain and he fainted. Reiner carried the hunter Pierce back to the manor, placed him on a recliner in the laboratory, and took a bottle of healing potion prepared by fluorescent ferns and poured it into him. Under Harvey's guidance, he took out a thin thread that had been boiled in boiling water and deftly sewed up the wounds on his waist and legs. After a long while, Pierce finally woke up. "Tell me about the intrusion into the spellcaster's manor," Harvey said with a straight face, continuing the unanswered question. The hunter was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses and said hurriedly, "Sir! Please go and inform the Federation and the Lord. I met the evil orcs at the foot of the mountain." Chapter 14. As the sun sets, the entire mountain is stained with a thin layer of golden light. Harvey led Reiner, walking at the foot of the jackdaw ridge with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. "Sir, is it too dangerous for the two of us to strangle the outpost team of the evil orcs?" Reiner held 4 thin metal chains in his hands, with the 4 8-legged alchemy beasts that Harvey had named wolf spiders tied to the front. He also had to reach out from time to time to grab Harvey, who was always tripped by vines. "It's indeed troublesome to be unfamiliar with the mountain road, but we are going to sneak attack, not to face the enemy head-on, so the chances of winning are very high," Harvey analyzed breathlessly. "Besides, we've brought wolf spiders with us, so we can test the combat effectiveness of these new guys." Reiner nodded, tightened the chain in his hand, and said firmly, "Don't worry, sir, I will stand in front of you no matter what. Wolf spiders have strong tracking ability in the wild." The two followed the guidance of wolf spiders all the way, gradually moving from the foot of the mountain to the depths of the mountainside. The sky has gradually darkened. In a small valley not far away, 2 bright flames illuminated the sky. 7 or 8 hideous evil beastmen were squatting by the fire, biting meat or half lying on the ground, roaring and communicating loudly. "Half human, half beast guys, so ugly." Harvey and Reiner hid behind a distant rock and looked out to observe. "Reiner, give the wolf spiders instructions first, and then let them go out to lure the enemy." The enemy had a lot of people, and Harvey decided to find a way to disperse them and then defeat them one by one. This was the first time he fought as a spellcaster since graduating from the Undead Academy. After all, he was a research-based spellcaster, not as experienced as a combat mage. Reiner nodded, pulled the chain in his hand, and completed the command exchange with the wolf spider, which was also an alchemical creature. Then he untied the metal chain of the wolf spider and watched them quickly disperse and disappear silently into the night. An evil orc squatting by the fire to eat swallowed the half-cooked meat in his hand with a huff and puff, sucking his fingers with unsatisfied taste. It suddenly stood up, and just after taking 2 steps, it lifted the hem of the dirty and greasy leather apron and prepared to squat down. Seeing this, another evil orc lying not far away roared loudly, picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it at him. The other evil orcs also roared, as if accusing it of defecating in public and affecting the appetite of others. The evil beastman hit by the stone whimpered twice and walked reluctantly to the bushes outside the range of the fire. After a gurgling excretion sound, the evil beastman casually pulled a handful of dead leaves from the ground and rubbed his bare buttocks. He stood up contentedly. Suddenly he felt something hovering above his head, as if it had been staring at it for a long time. The evil beastman subconsciously looked up and saw a huge black shadow, sliding 8 slightly reflective thick legs, falling from the sky. It pounced on his face and pressed him to the ground with a snap. After a barely audible sound, the bushes returned to calm. The night wind blew, and a faint smell of blood came from the air. The evil beastman lying on the ground raised his nose and stood up alertly. The bushes rustled, and a figure staggered from the darkness towards the fire. The evil orc who stood up and was on guard shouted loudly while holding a bone spear, but received no response. The evil orcs gathered their eyes and waited for the figure to walk into the range of the firelight. Only then did they find that its head was broken beyond recognition, with a huge through wound from the face to the back of the head, and through the wound, they could vaguely see the broken brain inside. A tall and strong evil orc holding a stone axe walked fearlessly to the orc with a broken head, raised the axe and chopped it down fiercely. With a click, the evil orc's already shaky head was chopped off, and it fell to the ground and rolled for several circles. The headless corpse twitched for a few seconds, and finally fell to the ground. Another scream sounded, and everyone turned around to find that the companion standing at the back seemed to be attacked from behind by some evil beast. A line of struggling and dragging marks with blood extended all the way into the dense bushes. An evil orc was about to chase after him with a bone spear in his hand. As soon as he reached the edge of the bushes, he was knocked down from the side by a huge black shadow. He also rolled into the darkness. There were fewer and fewer evil orcs standing by the fire. The tall evil orc, who was obviously the leader, opened his big mouth full of fangs and shouted loudly to stop other companions from chasing. Suddenly, he felt something approaching behind him in the darkness. He quickly pulled out a bone spear from his waist without looking back. He turned around and threw the short spear out of his hand. The sound of breaking through the air and the sound of metal colliding sounded at the same time. Bang! The bone spear hit a strange-shaped spider leg. The huge impact force broke the spider leg with a metallic luster directly. The bone spear also shattered into slag. The strange spider did not pounce forward, but quickly fled with the remaining 7 legs. The evil orc leader could no longer bear it and suddenly jumped up and chased after him. Just after chasing for a short distance, a thin figure in a black robe suddenly flashed out from behind the tree, with a hood on, blending into the night. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. The black-robed man's hood showed a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and he silently chanted a spell. A thick dark green mist gushed out from the sleeves of his robe and rushed directly to the face of the evil beastman. Ah! The leader covered his face, which was corroded and burned by the mist, screamed and retreated, and felt that he had hit a very hard chest. Before he turned his head and opened his eyes, he felt a pair of cold hands pinching his neck. Crack! The neck of the evil orc leader was twisted. Before he lost consciousness, he could vaguely see the campfire not far away. 3 identical 8-legged spider monsters were pounced on their companions and pierced their bodies with their sharp insect legs. Oh, poor little thing, one of its legs was broken. Reiner picked up the metal insect leg that fell on the ground and looked at the lame wolf spider lying beside him with a distressed face. It doesn't matter, just take it back and weld it. Harvey said nonchalantly. The joints of the wolf spider's legs seemed to be a weak point. My lord, do you want me to gather them all together and burn them? Reiner looked at the corpses of the evil orcs dragged together by the wolf spiders. Harvey laughed. No need to bother, Reiner, have you forgotten what kind of wizard I am? He took out the magic stone and held it in his hand, chanting the spell of resurrection. The dense death energy surged around, and even the wolf spiders lying docilely beside them began to move their legs uncomfortably. The joints of the corpses made strange crackling sounds, and then they slowly climbed up from the ground. They stood in a row silently, looking quiet and terrifying. Well, my lord, this is the first time I have seen you use necromancy. Reiner's tone was full of yearning. Harvey clapped his hands in satisfaction, and used the magic command to signal the zombies to follow him. It's a pity that the evil beastmen can't communicate, otherwise they would be the most suitable labor force if they were transformed into alchemical life. More suitable than me, sir. You are different. You are a human. Although you have no flesh, you think you are, and I think so too. That's it. But now I think it's better not to be a human. The wolf spider paddled its long legs in front to lead the way, and 7 or 8 bloody zombies quietly followed behind. The two chatted all the way and slowly walked towards the town at the foot of the mountain. In the valley, only 2 broken campfires were left, which were about to go out. Chapter 15. Hunter Pierce spent a terrifying week in the manor of the Necromancer. Although he has lived in Jackdaw Town for more than 30 years, he has never had direct contact with any master of wizards. Not to mention the rumored necromancer who likes to deal with dead bodies and ghosts and is a cold and inhuman character. Although he was properly placed in a small bedroom on the first floor of the manor to recuperate, he never saw Mr. Harvey again. But the skeleton monster who came to change his medicine and deliver food every day still scared him. He is more than 2 meters tall and is inlaid with hard metal all over his body. The skull's eyes flashed with cold blue flames. The preferences of this necromancer seem to be different from what the hunter imagined. There is no bloody and filthy scene in the manner that makes people feel terrified and uncomfortable, and there is no elusive ghost at night. There are not even rats or cockroaches. The soft bed, the warm curtains, the thick carpet that sank slightly under your feet. If it weren't for the night before, that young master would take his metal skeleton back to the manor. Behind him, a team of staggering but bloody evil orcs slowly entered the dark and closed laboratory next to the main building of the manor. Pierce had to mistakenly think that the place he stayed was actually the countryside courtyard of a noble lord. Since the first time that evil orc advance team was wiped out in the valley of Jackdaw Ridge, Harvey discovered that the traces of evil orcs in the mountains were becoming more and more frequent. He could only expand the urgently to 10 tarantula alchemy beasts to scatter all at the foot of the mountain to patrol, and then install a one-way transmission device that can be activated at any time. Almost every day, you can receive an alarm from the enemy sent by the wolf spider. A week passed, and his storage warehouse was filled with more than 30 living zombies. Harvey thought of himself struggling to affect his entrepreneurship by cutting off zombies a few months ago, and he felt it was a little funny. It can only be said that plundering is indeed the most preferred item for completing the original accumulation of capital. If this winter can successfully resist the robbery of evil orcs, it will be the spring of the following year. You can launch your own new entrepreneurial project directly, and you will no longer worry about not having a large number of labor. So even though he is a weak research caster these days, Harvey still persists in leading Reiner and the alchemy beasts. We worked diligently to hunt down evil orc outpost teams in Jackdaw Ridge, and repeatedly used scattered sneak attacks to wipe them out. Dealing with this kind of primitive alien race with low IQ is simply a tried-and-eat routine. The only problem now is to pray for the evil orc tribe who crossed Jackdaw Ridge and entered the town area this winter. Don't have too many people. After all, Harvey's alchemy materials have already bottomed out, and he can no longer find any extra materials to convert them into alchemy beasts. So, we can't wait for the middle of winter when a large number of evil orc tribes gather together to attack the town. Harvey leaned over the desk and muttered to himself at the Jackdaw Ridge map drawn by Hunter Pierce. The best way is to take the initiative to enter the depths of Jackdaw Ridge, wipe out a small group of evil orcs, and gradually consume their manpower. Reiner came in with a basin of ice water soaked by frozen magic stones and comforted him. "Sir, apply your feet first, it's so swollen that you can't take off your boots." Harvey waved his hand indifferently, signaling Reiner to look at the map as well. "Have those broken tarantula's beasts repaired?" Reiner: "Of course, sir, although there are not enough conversion materials, there are still plenty of repair materials." Reiner put down the basin and repeated it with concern. "Sir, soak your feet." Harvey could not resist Reiner's long-lasting concern, so he could only sit in the armchair with a wry smile and take off his sweaty boots with difficulty. "My feet are really swollen." After the last hunting operation yesterday, Harvey could hardly return on his own. It was entirely up to Reiner to walk in the rugged forests with him on his back to return to the manor before nightfall. However, after these days of practical spell casting, Harvey's magic release experience has gained a lot. After a while, you may be able to parse out your own instant magic trick in your magic pattern and officially realize spell casting without spells. As for which spell to choose, Harvey decided to wait a little longer. After all, the primary spell caster can only learn the 3-ring spell. Maybe you can use the trumpet built in advance to seek a powerful 3-ring spell in the caster forum. As for points, you can naturally get as much as you want. Soaking his swollen feet into ice water, Harvey couldn't help but shivered. "Renner, how has that Mr. Pierce recovered from his injury?" "Well, he recovered very quickly and could walk down the ground. I made him a pair of crutches," Reiner reported in a nagging manner. Harvey nodded and reminded him, "Remember to remove the stitches for him. The hunter cannot be left in the manor for too long, which will not only delay his evacuation from Jackdaw Town, but will also increase the exposure risk of his alchemy life transformation experiment. There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book. Although most civilians are illiterate and have no magical knowledge, who knows, one day when an unintentional mouth leaks, the group of censored hunting dogs in the Federation will notice the sound of the wind. Harvey, the necromancer in Jackdaw, actually has an alchemy creature who can think and speak like a living person. Thinking about it with his toes, he also knows that he is using living people to conduct banned human experiments. Ha, Mr. Harvey, I don't want to evacuate Jackdaw-town. Pierce said with a crutch and a little afraid. Hey? You're not going to follow the Lord's men? That's the last evacuated convoy. Harvey was a little surprised. After he planned to send off the hunter who had recovered from his injuries, he took Reiner and the alchemy beast directly into the mountain to find a camp suitable for hidden garrison, and then carry out the original batch sweeping plan. The hunter was silent for a moment, and mustered up the courage to explain, "Are you going to stay and resist the evil orcs who have crossed the mountains alone? I want to join your battle if you allow it, and no one is more familiar with Jackdaw Ridge than I do, and I can lead you." Pierce raised his chest with a little proud look. There are many places in the mountains, which are natural traps. Those swamps, thorn forests, poisonous snake nests, can make the evil orcs suffer a little. Harvey asked in confusion, "This is very dangerous. You are not a spellcaster or a knight. You can easily lose your life." The hunter said quietly, "My parents and sisters were slaughtered by the beasts when the evil orcs invaded Maple Leaf Village decades ago." He slowed down, and his tone seemed to suppress his emotions. "I can't do anything by myself. But if you stay by your side, you will have hope of avenging them. I know you have strangled many evil orcs." Harvey didn't expect that the old hunter would have such a miserable past. "Okay, I allow you to join, but I can't keep you safe in the battle, you have to understand this." Pierce raised his head, a hint of hope flashing in his eyes. "I will find a way to survive by myself. Sir, please rest assured that as long as I can kill more beasts, it will be profitable for me." Harvey nodded and pointed to the map spread out on the table. "Then you suggest, where are we building a hidden campsite, which is more appropriate?" Pierce squinted his eyes and looked at the Jackdaw Ridge map he had drawn based on half of his life's experience and memory. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his rough and calloused fingers and pointed to a natural cliff position below the top of the mountain. "White Eagle Cliff, you can see a large mountainside on the other side of Jackdaw Ridge, which is very suitable for alertness." He pointed to another direction, "Hay Water Pond, where sewage poured from the rotten marsh stream flows all year round, there is no clean water source. Not to mention evil orcs, even ordinary beasts will not be close to each other, which is very suitable for concealment. There is also the Jinghua Slope. This area is covered with sharp thorny shrubs, but there is no dense forest and the view is wide. Although it is not easy to hide people on the ground, it is actually almost hollowed out by cave rats. It is natural. The trap." Harvey patted the hunter's shoulder with satisfaction, "It's worthy of being an old hunter. You should keep it for 2 more days and then follow my alchemy beasts to start going into the mountains to wipe out those evil orc advance teams." Chapter 16. Farhoden, a high-level mage who is well versed in the magic of fire element, sat in front of the magic brain early in the morning. He took out a crystal-clear charging magic stone from the storage box and quickly put it into the instrument slot. Then he skillfully tapped his form code name Son of Flame on the typing button. The mercury tadpoles on the crystal panel twisted, and familiar words slowly appeared in front of him. Since it is not the agreed Friday night forum exchange meeting, there are not many people online in the magic brain. Everyone was lazy and sent some chat content, either greetings or gossip. Fair did not want to waste time participating, but pressed the button and entered a newly opened functional interface a few days ago. Yes, in addition to the chat room, the forum now has a brand new information exchange section. At present, there are only a few messages in this section. The red-haired mage flipped the interface and quickly found the one he posted yesterday. "Son of Flame, seek an alchemy potion formula. The effect requires that it can greatly improve mental power and completely replace sleep. The transaction points can be negotiated based on the efficacy of the medicine." Someone replied. Fair was delighted to find that 3 replies had appeared below. "Frost Giant, others are looking for potions, but you should just ask for formulas. Do you think the alchemy formula of a high-level potion grows from the ground? It's this shit again." Fair instantly read warm, "Don't let me know your real name, otherwise I will hang you on the bell tower and turn it back and forth. First Heart, I have a drug formula with similar effects, but the effect is not as strong as you require. It can indeed greatly improve mental power, but it is an overdraft type. After the effect of the medicine, there will be a period of weakness, 50 points, negotiation is not accepted. Dadagia, I also have a formula that I won't feel tired within 3 days after taking it. The side effect is thirst and I need to drink a lot of water. You can try taking it with the medicine provided by the above person, 20 points. Of course, if you are willing to give me the effect of taking 2 doses of medicine at the same time, I can give you a half discount. Good guy, this is going to take me to test the medicine. Fair said angrily. He also knew that his request was a bit too much, but the imminent magic experiment did require a lot of sleep time and mental power. It seems that I can only wait until the form exchange on Friday night to ask the mysterious and powerful administrator to ring. This ancient existence of inhuman is often rich in collections and may have higher level recipe clues. Points, now you need to accumulate a lot of points. Fair was muttering something and focused on the paid messages released in the information exchange section. Unfortunately, they are not in the knowledge field that they are good at. He subconsciously turned to the last one, and after seeing the title, he clicked in curiously. Man in the mirror, looking for an enchanted item with rich death energy. The type and effect are not limited, the quality is best at mid-level or above, and the price can be negotiated based on the specific value of the item. This guy is not the necrophilia who likes to play with human bodies, the necrophilia mage. Fair thought with a hint of evil. However, he is different from the orthodox conservatives of those federations and does not discriminate against this special group. He believed that the undead magic is just a type of many ways to display magic energy, but it looks a little disgusting, and in essence there is no difference. Wait. I really seem to have a necromancer. Master Fire slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered his collection of dust. He stood up, ran downstairs, and entered his warehouse at the bottom of the mage tower. Where? That disgusting moldy skull. He completely ignored his hands covered with dust and cobwebs, and quickly searched through a pile of sealed boxes. Ah! I found it, I thought I had already washed it into the sewer. Holding the skull with satisfaction, Fur fully remembered that this thing was the one he had most despised among the many spoils he had harvested more than 10 years ago when he was stationed in the Evil Moon Mountain Chakra. A demon priest who was hit head-on by his teacher's 4-ring spell, Dragon Flame Burning Fire technique, burned only one skull. Fair discovered that the remaining demon priest's skull emitted a rich death energy. Although it could not be used directly as an enchanting weapon, it could assist the necromancer who also used death energy to cast advanced magic. However, necromancers are generally poor people, and there is no necromancer who can afford this head in the garrison. In the end, he could only throw it away in the warehouse, covered with dust until now. Tisk, but how should we trade it to the person in the mirror? Fair felt that he had encountered a new problem. The necromancer is low-key and cautious, always hides in deep mountains or remote areas in a vulgar way, and generally does not have frequent contact with other spellcasters. I don't know if this man in the mirror is willing to disclose his real address and ask me to mail it to him. Since Reiner and the hunter Pierce have arranged for the mountain to chase and suppress the evil orcs. There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book. Harvey finally didn't have to suffer the rugged mountain road, and he could spare time to continue studying and upgrading his magic network forum. After the first forum exchange meeting last Friday, he urgently drew the matrix and created a information exchange section. Give those first spellcasters to participate, have a platform to obtain points and freely exchange knowledge. As of yesterday, these spellcasters invited by the forum in the early stage. Except for 3, there are always dive states. In addition to not participating in exchanges and speeches at all. The information exchange sector has contributed to 2 information transactions. Those 3 diving monsters may be because of their sensitive identities and are still in a wait-and-see state. Harvey finally came to a relatively reliable conclusion. I hope they can gradually relax their vigilance after experiencing several more exchange meetings. However, if the points system cannot be matched with the same extremely confidentiality, the item transfer trading system. It is always a castle-like setting in the air. As the number of participants gradually increases, this virtual currency system is prone to depreciation and collapse. The next primary goal is to develop an item transfer function that can be delivered as quickly as possible, as communications and cannot be tracked. It seems that we have to venture into the magic net again, study and observe the design of magic trajectories and matrix graphics. Harvey thought of the unknown dim magic pattern he encountered when he first wandered around the magic network. And what happened later? The other party swallowed through disguise and tried to track his dangerous situation in reverse. We have to find a way to avoid this sudden danger. Before the next exchange meeting, use a registered account in advance to explore the forum to see if we can find a way to roam the magic network safely. Harvey turned on a spare magic brain instrument. He skillfully tapped the button and released his own transaction information. Kelthujid, a study involving magic web planes will be conducted in the near future. Now we are looking for a method that can warning or defend against unknown dangers. The form is not limited, and those who are interested can freely quote. Chapter 17. Harvey stood on a cliff with a wide view on the top of Jack Drift. He held a transparent and soft round object in his hand, and gradually rose to the sky as the spell was recited. This is the auxiliary technique he got for free in the chat group of the Magic Net Forum Eye of Reconnaissance. A practical two-ring magic with a simple matrix structure and less energy consumption of spell casting. There is not much confidentiality value for advanced spellcasters, so you can share it in public discussion at will. But for most mid and low-level spellcasters who cannot fly, they are a good helper for reconnaissance and snooping and obtaining position information. Sir, have you seen anything? Reiner raised his neck and repeatedly nagged like a repeater, where did those damn evil orcs go? After the reconnaissance eye rose to the extreme height that could be connected, Harvey carefully manipulated it to rotate in place and observe the ground situation. The fog on the northern slope of Jackdaw Ridge is too rich, and high-altitude reconnaissance can't see clearly. Through the magic connection, Harvey could only see the thick white morning mist and dense dark green forests. Pierce, have hunters crossed the mountains and went to hunt on the north slope before? Pierce, who was squatting on the tree branch and looking into the distance, rushed down the tree. As far as I know, there is no, sir. He patted his trousers that were rubbing against the mud and recalled them carefully. When I first started hunting at the foot of the mountain, my master once told me a legend about the north slope. Reiner also came over curiously. It was the legend of the terrifying giant python that swallowed a camp hunting team in one bite, right? After nearly half a month of familiarity, Pierce is no longer afraid of this alchemy monster and knows the reason for Reiner's transformation. He smiled and said, Renner, you are a teenager older than me, and you must have heard of this legend. A noble master took his night hunting team and climbed over Jackdaw Ridge to the north slope, hoping to capture the rare pure white three-eyed fox. But a month passed and the hunting team did not return. The Lord sent more people to search and found a huge deep pit at the camp at the foot of the north slope mountain. Harvey was a little curious. In theory, the legends all had some exaggerated processing ingredients. So how do you make sure they were swallowed by the giant python? Pierce added, there are 2 snake scales left on the edge of the deep pit. Sir, it's as big as a shield. Since then, no one dared to cross the mountains to hunt on the north slope. Even if the giant python has never appeared again, the north slope is lingering in fog all year round. Only after the fog dissipates from noon to sunset can we distinguish the direction in the day. It's easy to get lost. So the border of St. Valen is bounded by the ridge of Jackdaw Ridge, and the northern slope belongs to the barren wasteland. Harvey knew this. The Principality of St. Valen itself is located in the central and northern part of the continent, and is backed by the huge mountain range that runs across the entire continent, the Divine Ridge Mountains. The ridge of this continent extends to the west and reaches the sea directly. It is a branch mountain range called the Evil Moon Mountain Range. The Jackdaw Ridge in the central and northern branches also belongs to the branch mountain range of this continental ridge. On the south side of the ridge of the mainland are many countries of all sizes, and on the north side is a bitter and cold place where the huge non-human groups live. Demons, evil orcs, frost giants, and the legendary dragon clan that has been exterminated by humans in the Battle of Dragons. The evil orcs are obviously different from the demons entrenched in the Evil Moon Mountains, and they do not have the ambition to invade the human kingdom for a long time. They are just primitive according to the law of seasonal migration, residing in warm conditions, and robbing in cold conditions. But until a week ago, Reiner and Pierce led the alchemy beast to wipe out the last team of evil orc outposts entrenched on the southern slope. No other evil orc appeared within their sight. Even though the patrol scope of the wolf spider alchemy beast has been pushed to the boundary position on the top of the mountain, nothing has been found. Did they escape from the north because of the heavy casualties? Harvey was completely confused. The 3 of them waited for a while, watching the sun gradually rise from the east to the middle of the sky, and the fog at the foot of the mountain gradually dissipate. Harvey released the reconnaissance eye again, and the whole picture of the northern slope of Jackdaw Ridge was finally presented to him in full. The lush and primeval forest is like a dark green ocean, winding until the end of the invisible plain. A black and red crack, like a scar on the earth, divided the ocean into 2, scattering ugly across the vast plains. Pierce, who returned to the tree branch, obviously saw this scene. "Sir, that's the migration trace of the evil orc group." He lowered his head to Harvey and Reiner on the ground. "They migrate along the way, cut down and burn trees, dig soil to build houses, and split the forest apart." Harvey looked at this shocking scene and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that they rely on this pioneering road, traveling back and forth to the north and south every year. "It's like a herd of beasts." Reiner smacked his lips and commented. "Hey! Sir, look there! What is that?" The hunter shouted sharply, waving his arm to guide Harvey's line of sight. Harvey slowly mobilized the reconnaissance eye and slowly turned to the southwest direction at the foot of the north slope. In the dense primitive jungle, a lead grey open space suddenly appeared, and a strange black tower stood in the middle. "There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book." Unfortunately, the reconnaissance eye does not have the amplified observation function of a telescope, and is essentially a link to the caster's vision. Harvey could not observe clearer details, and could only barely see the outline of the black tower. "It seems like a mage tower. How could it be built there?" Harvey murmured in confusion. "Pierce, if we were to get to that location, it would probably take how long it would take." The old hunter skillfully raised his thumbs up and gestured in front of his eyes, as if there was some special way to calculate distances. "If you cross the forest directly, it will take about a day and a night to go. There is no ready-made road down the mountain, so you may need to take a detour." Reiner said in surprise, "Sir, what are we going there?" Harvey patiently explained, "It may be the remains left by ancient spellcasters, which have great value for exploration." He paused, and thought of the evil orc who might return. "Don't worry, wait until the whereabouts of the evil orc are clear, the ruins will not run away even if they are there." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint slight vibration came from the ground, but the noise was not loud, and he was shocked to make a group of birds living in the bushes flutter. "The mountain god is turning over!" Pierce screamed. "Nowadays, no one understands the principles of earthquakes and related common sense. Earthquakes and tsunamis are regarded as the power of gods by ordinary people." Harvey squatted down, put his palms on the ground and sensed them with his mental power for a while. "It's just a slight earthquake, and it may not even reach magnitude 3. Reiner also squatted down and urged anxiously, "Sir, ride on my shoulders quickly, let's retreat quickly." At this time, Pierce, who was still hanging on the tree branch, let out a louder scream. "Oh my God, that black tower! It really ran away with its feet." Harvey was stunned, and didn't bother to detect the aftershock intensity again, and stood up and cast the reconnaissance eye again. It is still the southwest direction of the foot of the north slope, and the bare open space with lead grey. But the black tower disappeared without a trace in an instant. The original position of the black tower left only a dark cave where the depth could not be judged. Chapter 18. Why still can't? Harvey looked at the teleportation array, like half a brick neatly cut by a sharp blade. The other half of the brick is in another magic array 10 meters away. This is a compressed two-way transmission array developed by Harvey according to the structure of the modified version of the Magic Network Messenger and the ordinary transmission array. Can't the items that have physical objects be transported through magic networks? Harvey scratched his hair in annoyance. No, can the letters carried by the messenger be shuttled through the magic network? He leaned over on the experimental table and recorded the experimental data of the failed transmission. Experimental items, bricks. Weight, 510 grams. Experimental results, I encountered unknown space cutting, and only half of the physical objects were left to complete the transmission. Wait, is there a problem with the weight? Harvey murmured back and forth, flipping back and forth the records of the previous experiment failures. It seems that you still need to venture into the magic network and observe the transmission trajectory of the teleportation magic array yourself. Harvey leaned against the chair, sighing while pinching his eyebrows. The last magic net roaming still made him feel scared. Returning to the study, he received 2 bottles of mental recovery potion prepared in advance. Harvey reactivated the teleportation array with some anxiety, attached his mental power to it, and slowly sank into the magic net. After the familiar vertigo, Harvey's mental thinking quickly entered the magic web plane. We came to the capillary-like dark red energy pipeline, which filled the energy plane of the entire space. The teleportation array was excited from his magic pattern and rushed towards unknown coordinates at a speed far beyond the spell messenger. Harvey quickly concentrated his mental power and followed the trajectory of the magic circle. No, the speed is too fast, it will soon pull my mental power to the limit and then disconnect. Harvey exited the magic net in frustration and saw the glass bottle just placed on the teleportation array. Sure enough, the cut was neatly divided into two. Wait, if the distance of mental power does not meet the observation requirements, will I attach the entire positioning magic pattern to the magic array? Harvey felt a little crazy. I am afraid that those fanatical high-level spellcasters would not dare to try this kind of experiment. Positioning the magic pattern is like the spiritual body of the caster in the magic net, and the mental power extended from the magic pattern is like tentacles. Although the tentacle is broken, it will be a recovery loss and will not be a risk of affecting the essence. But if the entire mental body is moved and the magic net is moved, the risk factor may increase exponentially. Just like the developer of Alchemy Potion, he personally tried the ingredients and effects of the potion. It seems that this cybershenim can only take risks. Harvey confirmed the plan and entered the magic net again, attaching the positioning magic pattern directly to the teleportation array. Excite the magic array. The compressed version of the improved magic array carries Harvey's mental power body and flew away at an extremely fast speed in an instant. Harvey only felt a dizzy feeling, and the strong nausea made him feel a splitting headache, so he could only persist. At the same time, you can clearly perceive the position of the magic pattern changes as it is positioned. The mental body seemed to be pulling a giant mountain and moved forward with difficulty. Just when he was almost feeling uncomfortable and vomiting, the teleportation array arrived at the transmission positioning point set in advance. Harvey opened his eyes with a pale face and found that he was no longer at the desk he was sitting on. Instead, the whole person stood on the teleportation array. I was still holding a complete plaster statue in my hand, which was the last experimental item I put on. That's it, is it successful? Harvey was a little stunned. He did succeed, but why did he send his courier here with him? The red-haired fire wizard Farhoden excitedly climbed onto the magic net. I was going to send a single message to ask the mirror who was looking to buy the undead magic weapon, and would like to provide a real address so that he could mail the items. As soon as he appeared on the forum, he widened his eyes. Behind the two sectors of chat room and information exchange, a brand new forum sector has emerged. Online real-time transaction? Fair opened his mouth slightly, subconsciously clicked in, and began to read the section operation rules. Can you realize two-way transmission transactions that are instantly sent and received? If you need to use this function, please apply to the administrator and pay the transmission array construction fee of £1,000. Each subsequent online transaction will require an additional single transfer fee, 50 gold pounds or 1 point. There is no additional charge for the weight of the item within 500 grams. For every 100 grams exceeding 100 grams, an additional charge of 10 gold pounds will be charged. The total weight of the item transported shall not exceed 1000 grams, otherwise the delivery service will not be available. Master Fire carefully read the long service instructions repeatedly, and was stunned in the spot without knowing what expression to do. Except for the text contents that he could not understand at all, such as lost and damaged goods, disclaimer, if there is force majeure, and no liability for compensation. The rest is clearly written. This Magic Net Caster Exchange forum can actually realize two-way item transmission. But it is instantaneous transmission and reception. There is no need to require multiple array connection points like the mainland teleportation array, and it takes a long time to transfer it. This is simply unimaginable. Genius invention. Fell clicked on the trial version application without hesitation, and received a detailed array diagram a few minutes later. No mistakes, just one post, one content, 1.6, 1.9, one book, one bar. Summon the apprentice to get him precious liquid mithril and magic stone and other auxiliary materials from the warehouse. He tried to imitate the array structure presented on the crystal plate and started drawing the array directly on the desk. The teleportation array that can be driven only by charging magic stones, although it is a miniature version, is still unbelievable. Fell finished drawing and carefully checked the accuracy of the array diagram. Only then did he take the high-level magic stone with doubts and placed it in the corresponding position required by the array diagram. Wait. I haven't asked the man in the mirror yet. He has to draw the array as well before we can complete this magical experiment. The fire mage rushed to the magic brain and started typing to call the man in the mirror. Offeret, do you think it's really feasible? Ed stood aside with his hands on his hips, watching his twin brother hunched over and carefully drawing this extremely mini teleportation array. How do you know if you don't try it? Are you still worried about the 1,000 gold pounds? The chief alchemist said without looking back. Anyway, if the teleportation fails, the money can't be paid. Mr. Administrator is so sure, which means it's not a prank. Ed sighed, what a genius invention, this may change the pattern of the entire spell-casting world. If the technology of long-distance instant teleportation is really realized, then on this continent, those wizard kingdoms and spellcaster organizations that control the continental teleportation array will no longer have any lucrative benefits brought by the teleportation array in the future. Once it becomes popular, those cave dwarves who rely on producing magic raw stones and high elves who cultivate potion plants thousands of miles away will no longer be repeatedly exploited and have their prices lowered by raw material buyers. The mysterious person who founded the Spellcaster Forum will also be the focus of public attention, or become the target of public criticism. Okay, send a message to Mr. Son of Fire, tell him that everything is ready, and ask him to start teleporting. Offray straightened up, rubbed his sore waist, and looked at Ed with expectation. With the slow hum of Unit 0, a strong surge of magical energy passed. Harvey looked at the two heavy bags of gold coins and a strange grey-black skull that appeared on the teleportation array. Haha, the first new order is here. He took the purse, weighed it, and raised his mouth with satisfaction. Logistics really makes money. Selling 2 arrays can earn 2,000 gold pounds. There is also a single transportation fee to be paid for each teleportation, which is an endless source of income. He looked at the skull again, picked it up curiously and played with it for a while. Such a strong death energy, it can at least speed up my meditation by 10%. Damn, I really want to intercept the goods. No. We can't ruin our reputation. The instant delivery mentioned in the promotion must be delivered in seconds. Business. Honesty is the main thing. Harvey smiled bitterly and took the skull and stood on the teleportation array himself. He can basically achieve instant detachment when the magic network is about to arrive. He will not be teleported to the recipient. The only problem now is that I have to deliver the express myself every time. Chapter 19. In the eastern part of the continent, the city of the elves on the east side of the misty mountains Golden Forest Lorien. The huge trees that several people hugged formed a hedge wall that towered into the sky, surrounding the most prosperous city of the elves. There were no ground buildings inside the tree wall, but there were thick trees of varying heights with golden bark. These golden trees constituted the main body of the city of Lorien, and all the houses were built on the treetops. A light trestle was built between the trees, and countless slender and tall figures shuttled on it. On the highest hill in Lorien City, stood the largest golden tree. Its crown towered into the sky, and a magnificent white palace was built on the top. Your Majesty, this is what happened. Archdruid Corel Randy gathered the gorgeous robe sleeves embroidered with gold thread, and stood on the side of the throne with a reserved and tall figure. I have tried it many times and can confirm that this teleportation array called online, trading can indeed achieve long-distance continental teleportation. Before he finished speaking, a buzzing and noisy discussion sounded in the palace. Kiriel narrowed his eyes and did not make any extra explanations. Just relying on a small alchemical instrument? And that small array that can be driven by only magic stones. Ridiculous. When did humans have such advanced array research? Maybe it is a shameless trick used by the despicable Federation to defraud our precious medicinal plants. Yes, they have always been dissatisfied with our adjustment of the price of medicinal plants. Humph, then increase the price of potion plant materials by 10% next year and see what they can do. The etiquette officer heavily paused the golden ceremonial staff in his hand towards the ground, and the heavy thumping sound echoed in the hall. The arguments and discussions stopped instantly. Kiriel, tell me the details of this teleportation array. A pleasant, low, and gentle voice came from above the throne. The Archdruid opened his eyes and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, the teleportation array must be activated by the person invited to this anonymous exchange meeting. I think it is because it is bound to the magic network positioning magic pattern of the invitee. In addition to the upper limit of the weight of the items that can be teleported at a time, additional money is required to purchase the array and the single teleportation. Therefore, I think this anonymous forum is definitely not organized by the Federation, but another unknown mysterious organization. He paused, and then returned to a cold expression, scanning the expressions of everyone in the hall. But I can guarantee that if this teleportation technology is cracked or mastered by us, the Federation and any human wizard kingdom will no longer enjoy the privilege of controlling the price of potion materials and potions in the future. The fire was burning in the mud-covered fireplace. On the wall above the fireplace, there was a huge beast head with sharp fangs, and under the light of the fire, it cast distorted light and shadow on the ground. On a wide-backed chair covered with thick animal skin, a short, muscular man was chewing on the barbecue stuck on the tip of a short knife while carefully stroking his thick beard that reached his chest to avoid getting grease on it. So, that transaction teleportation array is real. Of course, I have tried it 2 or 3 times, and each time I received a confirmation message from the other party. The short and sturdy man put down the short knife and rubbed his short and thick fingers on the fur to wipe off the grease on it. Copper hammer, that exquisite little gadget, can it be imitated? Let those human craftsmen do it. The man called Copper Hammer was half lying on another wide chair, holding a piece of crystal clear ore and throwing it up and playing with it repeatedly. No, even if I can copy it, I can't drive the teleportation array without being invited to the forum like me. The bearded man frowned slightly. How did they find you? It's really strange, there is such a good thing that comes to your door. The Copper Hammer chuckled, seeming quite satisfied. I have some reputation in Alley, at least in the identification of magic ores. Even the nerds of the Federation are not as good as me. He proudly took out a metal brush from the side pocket of his fur coat and carefully groomed his woven black beard. The forum will only invite candidates who are particularly outstanding in certain fields, such as me. Nolly, you should have gone to Alley with me to study. Nolly sneered, not caring about this level of ridicule and showing off. After the snow melts, the caravans will come to buy new ore. I was hoping that your teleportation array would give us a better sales channel. Now it seems that I was just daydreaming. I wonder how they will lower the price of our raw ore this time. The Copper Hammer was a little indignant. Those damn profiteers have been using this reason to lower the price of our raw ore every time since a large mining area was discovered in the Evil Moon Mountains. Thinking of this, he suddenly reached out and slapped the armrest of the chair. By the way, I found out on the forum that the price of finished magic stones has actually gone up. Humph, do you think I don't know about this? Those shameless vampires buy raw ore at a low price, and then sell it at a higher price after processing. The war between the human kingdom and the demon clan is tense, and the consumption of magic stones has increased dramatically. No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. We should have been the ones to distribute this war money. Nolly looked at Tong Chui with a sidelong glance, interrupting his incessant complaints. Enough. You dare not say these words to those human spellcasters. Think about the reality. Find a way to get the imitation method of the instrument and array from that forum. As long as we have 100 sets of such teleportation arrays, I can guarantee that the caravan will never receive a piece of low-priced ore from us again. Harvey was covered with a thick blanket, shivering as he sat at the desk and looked through the large amount of information transmitted from the crystal plate of the magic brain. The winter in Jackdaw Town is really cold. The manor he rented was a small country villa temporarily lived in by a small noble of Grizzly Castle when he came to Jackdaw Town to hunt in summer. The original architectural pattern was only a 3-story independent building. The first floor was a reception hall and 2 servants' bedrooms. The second floor was transformed into a study and storage room by him, and the third floor was Harvey's own bedroom and living room. The experimental workshop next to the 3-story building was built temporarily by the workers in the town after he arrived. It is now the machine room of Unit 0 and the laboratory for transforming alchemy beasts. He also dug out an underground warehouse for storing zombies under the experimental workshop, and used frozen magic stones to ensure a low-temperature environment. The problem is that this country villa for the nobles in summer does not have a fireplace. Harvey only felt that he was as cold as the pile of golden pounds in the warehouse. The express delivery service brought him a full profit of 9,000 gold pounds in just 1 week. Not to mention the continuous and sporadic single-time delivery costs of goods. Although Harvey needs to go into battle and perform magic network delivery every time, the money is really like a constant flow of water. Looking at the large number of messages sent on the forum, asking Administrator Turing Mr. whether it is possible to allow forum members to invite more people to join the forum through guarantee recommendations. Although I feel cold, my heart is very warm. My online platform is finally on the right track. Harvey tightened the blanket on his body and tapped the typing keys with his slightly stiff fingers. Building a platform is indeed more profitable than building a product. Chapter 20. Reiner ran wildly in the forest of Jackdaw Ridge with Harvey on his back. "Sir, is the engine oil really better than animal fat?" Reiner could still speak steadily even during the high-speed running. Every step he took, the violent tremors he had after landing made Harvey, who was lying on his back, feel that his bones were about to fall apart. Of course, in addition to the machine, oil, there is also shock absorption, and you need to match it. Harvey felt that not only his bones were about to fall apart, but he could also make the same pause rhythm as Reiner's pace. "What is shock absorption?" "Ah, it's coming soon, sir, look." Reiner stopped in place, and the alloy foot plowed a deep gully on the soil. The strong inertia almost sprayed Harvey with breakfast. Harvey slid down from his back with a limp body, closed his eyes and relaxed for a few minutes before he had the energy to start observing the surroundings. The dark green dense forest occupies most of the vision. The scenery on the northern slope of Jackdaw Ridge is different from the bright light green of the small town in the south. It is deep and thick green, and there is no end at first glance. Even the skylight above is completely covered by towering vegetation. "We won't deviate from the route, right?" Reiner looked around on tiptoe. Harvey was not in a hurry to cast the spell and reconnaissance eye to confirm, because he had discovered the obvious mark left by the hunter. "Pierce has been here, look at that tree." Harvey pointed to a thick trunk, with a red cloth strip tied crookedly, and the bark was also engraved with the agreed simple symbols. "Well, Pierce is so brave. He set out one day earlier than us and has been here. I want to bring 5 alchemy beasts with me. I'm more courageous than him." Harvey complained silently. "Go to the temporary camp marked in the Pierce mark first, we need to rest." Lina Liso squatted in his lunge, waiting for Harvey to climb onto his shoulders, but was ruthlessly rejected. "Thank you, let me go for a while, Reiner, I'm about to vomit." The camp location marked by the hunter mark is not far away. Harvey also admired Pierce's wild ability. Although they set out all day in advance, they did not have the perverted alchemy body like Reiner. With the physical strength and speed of ordinary people, they could cross the steep mountains so quickly. "I went down to the forest at the foot of the mountain and had not lost my way. I'm afraid he can still take time to detect the terrain and draw a simple map while he is marching." "What is professional?" "This is professional." Pierce arrived at the arranged camp in advance, located upstream of a mountain stream, on the leeward of a huge rock. On the flat and clean rocks, a small bonfire rose, and a plucked-up pheasant roasted with golden oil. 2 thick trees next to each other set up a huge bird's nest off the ground at a height of half a person. The nest is covered with soft and dry moss and pine branches, and a canopy cloth is supported above it. This is a specialty for hunters. Sleeping in the bird's nest tent away from the ground at night can not only effectively avoid poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, but also defend against ordinary small wild beasts. "Sir, Reiner. You guys finally arrived, I'm still worried that you will deviate from the route." Pierce squatted beside the fire, holding a piece of hard rye bread, slicing it into thin slices with a knife, and applying the grease dripping from the pheasant. "Sir, come and try my skills." The hunter handed over the slices of bread soaked in oil like a treasure, looked at Reiner standing beside him, and was stunned. "Linner, you taste it too. Is your rechargeable magic stone enough? Have you brought enough before going out?" Reiner squatted down distractedly and took out the magic stone from his small bag on his waist to replace it. "Of course, I won't be hungry and thirsty, just take good care of the adults." "Are you sure where that remains?" Harvey swallowed 2 slices of greasy bread and said seriously. Pierce hesitated. "You told me not to get close rashly. I watched from a distance on a higher hillside. It's true that a deep pit appeared, that black tower seemed to have fallen." Harvey nodded. "Let Reiner control the alchemy beast to reconnaissance tomorrow in case of an accident." He turned his head and reminded Reiner, "You can't be reckless. This is likely to be a ruin left by ancient mages, and it is very dangerous. The evil orcs have all evacuated from the north slope to the wasteland, leaving many traces along the way." Pierce added quickly. According to Pierce and Reiner's past experience, the evil orcs went south to rob in winter. Harvey felt this winter was very unusual. What exactly drove them away from the warm south and back to the cold and food-deprived northern wasteland? Could it be that they really had to use their own strength to wipe out several small outposts, which made them retreat? The night of tossing and turning passed quickly, and Harvey didn't have a good rest. He had almost no experience of spending the night in the wild. Even if the hunter and Reiner were on duty in the middle of the night, 10 tarantula alchemy beasts were guarding the camp. It still makes it difficult for him to fall asleep peacefully. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Let's go and let the alchemy beasts reconnaissance in front. I hope that the existence of the suspected ruins of the ancient wizard can give him some extra gains, or the reason for the evacuation of the evil orcs may be found. The three of them searched along the marks left by the hunter yesterday. After walking for more than 2 hours, they came to the edge of the ruins they found when they looked out from the top of the mountain. The dense green forest gradually became sparse, and the low vegetation turned slightly black and fell to the ground with dry leaves. Under the cover of layers of rotten branches, Harvey saw a long section of grey-white brick and stone base, hidden in the dense dead branches and vines. Is this the outer wall of the wizard tower? Circling around these broken and intermittent brick and stone bases, they carefully observed and found nothing abnormal. Harvey decided to enter the ruins to explore. The entire ruins were not large. After walking a few hundred meters deep, the three of them came to the pit. After scattering the alchemy beasts around to guard, Harvey carefully stood on the edge of the deep pit and looked down. Do you want to release the reconnaissance eye? Sir? Reiner asked in a low voice. Harvey shook his head and motioned them to look down. The pit was not very deep, but the mage tower itself was built of a dark unknown stone mine. After it fell in, the entire pit was filled with black brick and stone fragments, and the huge black slabs that broke apart almost filled the bottom of the pit. The edges of the pit were neat and it did not look like the collapse caused by the earthquake. It was very likely that the ancient mage had set up some destructive trigger trap device in the ruins. Once it was invaded or activated, it would immediately trigger the collapse and self-destruction of the mage tower. Harvey felt a little painful. If there were any treasures or precious spell books left by the ancient mage in the tower, it would be difficult to preserve them intact. Reiner, use the command to let the two wolf spiders climb down and see if there are any remaining spell traps that have not been activated. Pierce, find an observation point on a high place and be alert to the surroundings. Harvey chanted a spell, activated the reconnaissance eye, and released it towards the bottom of the pit. Since we are here, we must find ways to plunder. Otherwise, it would be in vain, and Harvey will not suffer such a loss. Chapter 21. The remains of the stone tower in the huge pit were covered with vines and moss. After falling, it was severely impacted and broken. The entire stone tower was quite large, and the base area was almost as large as the main building of Harvey's small manor. Such building creations generally leave a main exit in and out of the mage tower at the base. Harvey manipulated the reconnaissance eye and carefully observed around the bottom of the stone tower. Sure enough, on the back of the stone tower base, a thick stone door that broke from the middle fell tilted aside, revealing a deep black entrance. The maintenance of the reconnaissance eye requires refraction of light, so Harvey cannot manipulate it into the stone door. The alchemy beast is relatively large in size, and it is obviously impossible to move in a narrow space where structural fractures occur due to its collapse. I can only go down and find out what it is. Putting away the detection technique, Harvey looked up and told Pierce, who was alert, and then greeted Reiner. Let Reiner carry him on his back and climb down to the bottom of the pit. Sir, let me go in first, just follow me. Reiner was not afraid to explore this unknown space. He skillfully ignited the hot ray weapon on his arm, and arched his body slightly and drilled into the black stone door. Harvey followed closely, holding the already activated magic stone of light in his hand. The space at the bottom of the stone tower is very small and you don't need too many light sources to see it at a glance. The broken and pouring walls are covered with smooth edges, which should have been used to install racks or wooden stairs in the past. But these things have obviously been corrupted and disappeared. After walking for more than a dozen steps, he encountered a huge collapsed stone beam. The poor below Harvey could barely bend over and pass through. Reiner had to kneel down and crawl through time. The space behind the stone beams became wide open in an instant, and it seemed that the damage suffered here was not serious. There were collapsed stone statues everywhere, and fragments of various broken crystal containers were piled up in the corners, rotting only books with leather covers left. Harvey picked them up gently, and the pages inside turned into a layer of powder. Some of the wreckages that seem to be metal instruments are also rusted like mud and can be broken by slight pinching. This should be a study or a magic laboratory. Harvey looked at the scene in front of him and felt that the time when this mage tower existed might be traced back to the Dragon War more than 400 years ago. I just don't know that such a huge mage tower has been built in such a desolate and remote area. What type and level is its master? Because of some accident, I gave up here and let it be submerged in the dust of history and time. Harvey and Reiner tried their best to search the room with the light source. Hey! Sir, look at the ceiling. Reiner noticed the top of his head because of his height advantage. Harvey looked up and saw several irregular holes inlaid with something on the stone wall at the top of the room. Stepping on Reiner's shoulder, he leaned closer to observe. It turned out to be a metal ore with a dim luster and an elliptical shape. Harvey carefully pried off one with a short knife, and held it in his hand and felt heavy, with a cool and smooth touch. What metal is this? It's not light in weight and seems to be very dense. No matter so much, Harvey decided to pry it off first and take it back and study it slowly. Reiner held Harvey for a while and harvested 7 or 8 of these strange metal ores, all put them in Reiner's tough and durable leather shoulder bag. After searching for a while, after finding nothing, Harvey had no choice but to decide to leave here and return to the ground. As soon as I lifted my foot to the broken stone beam and was about to bow and walk through it, he vaguely heard a shout, as if with a little echo, intermittently and difficult to tell. Harvey felt his hair stand upside down, and he immediately asked Reiner to recheck the walls around the room and carefully observe whether there was a dark room or mechanism. He took out a magic stone, ready to inspire the spell to release spells at any time. Soon, the shouts rang out again, this time it became much clearer, as if it was coming from the depths of his feet. Harvey subconsciously jumped back, and his back hit Reiner's hard breastplate, grinning in pain. There is a secret room under the room? Someone is calling for help inside. Harvey felt cold sweat coming out. How could this be possible? This ancient wizard tower has existed for at least 400 years and is located in the depths of the wasteland on the northern slope of Jackdaw Ridge. Except for his own accidental discovery, who else can reach here? Save me, save me. The cry for help continued to sound, becoming clearer, and Harvey was sure that it was indeed coming from the underground under his feet. Reiner held up the fire-burning welding torch in front of Harvey, and the air-exposed mouth and metal jaw on the skull trembled up and down, making a terrifying giggle. Big, sir, there are ghosts here. Let's run. Harvey swallowed, stretched out his feet to brush away the dust and wreckage piled on the ground. A square cellar cover was exposed, with a round depression on it. It should have been opened and the door knocker was covered, but unfortunately it had been rusted long ago. Reiner also stretched out his feet and stomped the cover, making a dull sound. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. There is empty below, sir. Harvey nodded and calmed down. Find a way to open it, Reiner. Reiner squatted down and poked out the metal arm, trying to snatch it in the gap in the cover, without moving at all. The stone cover opens from the bottom up, so there should be an additional fixing device at the bottom. Seeing that he couldn't pry it open, Reiner simply clenched his fist and punched the cover hard. There was a loud bang. A fine dust rose in the whole room. A small gap appeared on the stone slab. Reiner didn't stop, and continued to swing his metal fist, hitting the stone slab with powerful punches. After swinging dozens of punches in a row, he finally heard a crisp cracking sound, and the stone cover shattered into several pieces and fell into the dark cellar. Harvey threw another magic stone of illumination into the cellar, watching it fall to the ground and roll a few times, illuminating part of the dark space. My lord, I'll go down and take a look first. Reiner waited for Harvey to nod in agreement, and then immediately jumped into the cellar. How is it? Reiner, what did you find? Harvey felt a little anxious, and leaned his head to call Reiner, who jumped down. But he didn't get a response. Oh no, is there a well-preserved magic trap in this cellar? Harvey's heart tightened, and he immediately climbed the edge of the cellar entrance and jumped in. As soon as he landed and stood up, he found Reiner's tall figure standing not far away with his back to him. Harvey approached with a light source and looked forward along the light magic stone in Reiner's hand. He was stunned like Reiner. It was a huge, crystal clear, light yellow amber ore embedded in the wall. The scary thing is that this huge transparent amber, wrapped in a slender human figure, it can be barely distinguished through the crystal. The human figure closed his eyes, his pale face was lifelike, and his body and limbs were slightly twisted. It seemed that he was still struggling hard to get out of the amber crystal. Is he still alive? Reiner finally came to his senses and asked tremblingly. I don't know either. Harvey murmured, subconsciously placing his palm on the surface of the amber crystal, and a warm touch came from his palm. Save me! The voice came out from the amber crystal again. Harvey looked up and saw the twisted person trapped inside, his eyes originally closed. Now they were open. Chapter 22. Save me! Harvey stared at the crystal-clear amber crystal in disbelief and the strange figure trapped in it. He clearly did not open his mouth, but the sound of asking for help continued to reach Harvey and Reiner's ears. How long has he been trapped in it? Is he a human or another intelligent race? Harvey did not dare to act rashly at all, if the weird man in amber had malice towards him after he escaped. With him as a primary spellcaster, and the alchemy body with lack of combat experience, I really don't know how to die. Harvey cautiously asked Reiner to hold the light magic stone, while he carefully observed the amber crystal. In terms of appearance and body structure, it does look human, but humans do not have such a pale, handsome, and undistinguishable face. He has a slender figure. Is it an elf race? Well, it may also be caused by long-term trapping and malnutrition. No, neither the high elf nor the forest elf have heard of having this blood-red pupil. The skin has no scales, and the head has no horns. Well, it is not a demon. Don't, see, I'm human. The person trapped in amber rolled his eyes hard, his eyes following Harvey's movement. Wow! He can say anything else besides asking for help. Reiner sighed in surprise. Harvey found that he seemed to have only eyes on his body and could maintain the most basic ability to move. Can you hear us? The amber blinked slowly to indicate certainty. Who are you? The other party's pupils slid up and tried hard to roll his eyes. This kind of question allowed him to answer with his eyes alone. Harvey didn't care about the other person's expression at all and continued to ask. Do you want us to break this piece of amber and save you from the trap? The amber blinked rapidly, and a look of fear and anxiety were transmitted in his pupils. It seems that breaking amber directly will cause fatal damage to him and even cause his death. If we want to find a way to save you, how can we be sure that you have no malicious intentions towards us after you get out of trouble? Harvey kept asking questions to test the other party's true intentions. The other party closed his eyes suddenly, his eyelids trembled slightly, as if thinking about how to prove it. Then he opened his eyes and his eyes struggled downward, as if he wanted to guide Harvey's observation. Harvey followed his gaze, pressing his face almost against the amber crystal, looking inside through the crystal. Only then was surprised to find that the body part of this person trapped in amber was not only strangely distorted, but also had a certain degree of fusion with the amber crystal. Is he parasitized in amber, or is amber slowly swallowing his body? Take me, get out, here, nest. The amber man did not open his mouth, but made a sound with difficulty and slowness. Harvey was so scared that he heard this. Lair? What's the nest here? He immediately turned around and ordered Reiner, hurry, find a way to pry off this piece of amber, we need to leave quickly. Reiner nodded and stepped forward, took out a short knife and inserted it into the gap between the amber and the wall. Fortunately, due to the earthquake or the collapse of the mage tower, the wall was already fragile and shaking. The two of them took off the crystal as the size of a coffin intact without much effort. Reiner fixed it with a solid rope doped with wire, and lifted it tentatively, and found that it was not very heavy. So he dragged the amber crystal and climbed out of the cellar, crossed the broken stone beam and left the bottom of the mage tower. Just as he was about to walk out of the broken mage tower gate, Reina was carrying the amber crystal on his back, and a slightly anxious voice came from the sound of words. Don't, sunshine. Harvey leaned out and looked out. The sky was gloomy and cloudy, and it seemed that a heavy rain was about to fall. Don't worry, there is no sun. How long has it been since you saw the light? Harvey took off his outer robe and covered it on the amber, asking Reiner to attract the alchemy beast left at the bottom of the pit, and work together to transport the crystal stone out of the pit. The hunter Pierce slipped down from the tree branch lightly, marveling around the crystals carrying Reiner. Oh my god, such a big gem! Sir, are we rich? Harvey was speechless. Don't talk nonsense, let's leave here quickly and return to the manor. The three of them cleaned up briefly, and Reina carried the crystals on her back. Pierce and the spider-allied golden beast opened the way in front and left this place suspected to be the ruins of ancient mages as quickly as possible. It was late at night when I returned to the manor. Because Reiner had been running with high loads, the charging magic stones he carried were almost exhausted. In the last journey, Harvey tried his best to recharge him while frequently replacing the magic stones. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. With my current strength, I can go to the dock to take on work, so that all porters can lose their jobs immediately. Reiner carefully put down the amber crystal, sat directly next to the zero machine, and began to check whether the metal joints everywhere were excessively worn. You are really promising. Pierce ruthlessly mocked, if I have such a strong body and strength, I will go to the Evil Moon Mountains to join the demon hunting knights. Maybe I can cut down a few demons and become a noble master. Although he had never spared Reiner's mouth, he still ran honestly to pull a charging cable from the alchemy instrument and inserted it thoughtfully into the socket on Reiner's waist. Harvey ignored the two of them's daily quarrels. His whole mind is now on this amber crystal. Okay, I've figured out a way to take you out of there. He stared at the people in the amber and said straight to the point. Now it's time to talk about how to save you from your worries and the corresponding cost. In fact, on the way back, Harvey had already figured out how to deal with this problem. The easiest way is to sign a magic contract in advance, and clearly state in the contract that no harm shall be exerted to each other and force the other party to fulfill the agreed relevant matters. Violating the contract will be backfired by the magic net energy. This kind of erosion damage at the mental level is simply unbearable by others unless it is a legendary caster. The problem that needs to be solved now is how to obtain the blood needed to sign the contract and the other party's real name. What do you want? The price? Harvey smiled and said, you should have been trapped in the crystal for a long time. You may not be able to calculate the specific time yourself. It doesn't matter. After I rescue you, we can talk about these topics. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. So, the reward I want to get is knowledge, and all the history you know. The amber blinked his eyes slowly, a little confused and puzzled. That's all. Yes, if you agree, we immediately start to figure out how to peel you out of the amber. The man was silent for a long time before he slowly replied, I agree. He turned his eyes again and looked at his lower body half melted in amber, with indescribable bitterness and despair in his eyes. But, probably, no hope. Harvey waved his hand and patted Amber with a comforting touch. Don't worry, I'll consider all possible emergencies, and I can guarantee that even if the divestiture fails, there will be a final emergency measure. The so-called emergency measures are of course the transfer of the soul. So before starting to peel off, you need to prepare a suitable alchemy body. A&D. A set of puncture tools that can penetrate amber crystals and extract the other party's blood. Chapter 23. Reiner held up his arms and activated the sharp metal probe mounted on the tool slot, powered by magic. Follow the points marked on amber in advance by Harvey, slowly pierce the inside of the crystal. This amber ore that looks extremely hard unexpectedly penetrates the probe without any obstacles, and does not break directly. It's like a piece of jelly covered with a fragile shell. Harvey closely followed Reiner's movements, reminding him to adjust the angle of the piercing at any time. The probe penetrated deep into the crystal, directly contacted the upper arm of the amber, and then plunged into his body without pause. The amber man's closed eyelids trembled slightly, as if he could tolerate this level of sting. Okay, enough blood has been taken. Harvey took out the contract that was drafted in advance and showed it to the amberman without reservation after it was unfolded. So, now you can tell me your name. My name is Asterin. Harvey was about to sign the contract and paused, but the other party had no last name, which was very strange. However, only the real name can be in line with my own blood, and the magic contract will take effect. So he was not worried that the other party would randomly arrange a pseudonym to deceive himself, which was completely meaningless. As the blood dripped on the parchment merged with the name, the magic contract emitted a slight energy fluctuation, and the text written on it solidified on the surface like an engraving and could no longer be applied and modified. Harvey put away the contract and easily patted the amber crystal. Happy cooperation. Mr. Asterin. He then pointed to Reiner beside him and introduced seriously, next, my assistant, Mr. Reiner, and I will start trying to peel you out of the crystal. Asterin blinked, then, let's start. I know you're in a hurry, but please give us some time to tell you the specific process of the divestiture. Harvey explained gently, this is what you should have, the right to know about the surgery. I will let Reiner use scorching rays to cut and melt the surface of the crystal first. Harvey pointed to the welding gun installed on Reiner's arm and introduced to Asterin. But the rays are extremely hot, and the parts close to your body cannot be cut, which will cause harm to you. He turned around and picked up a fine metal wire like a horse's hair from the lab table. So, I'll use a magic-powered, this metal wire saw inside the crystal to cut. Harvey nodded to Reiner, signaling that he could start the operation. Don't worry, Reiner's hands are very stable. We will start peeling from the head position. As the welding gun in Reiner's hand touched the surface of the crystal, people inside and outside the amber seemed to hold their breath. A faint yellow-blue smoke rose from the contact area, without any strange smell. The flame gradually embedded in the crystal. One piece of fist-sized amber crystal was neatly cut and separated and dropped on the ground. Harvey's expected explosion and disintegration did not happen, and the external crystal was peeled off quickly, revealing a more fragile crystal core inside. It is less than half the depth of Asterin's body. Reiner took off the welding gun and replaced it with Harvey's new wire saw, which drives magic to activate it, allowing the wire saw to move back and forth at high speed, making a buzzing sound. The blue soul fire in the metal skull's eye sockets narrowed and gathered like pupils, which is a typical manifestation of Reiner's extreme concentration. When all the crystals wrapped around Asterin's shoulders were peeled off, the person sealed in it finally opened his bloody eyes as if he was reborn. Thank you, I don't know how long it took for me to smell the scent of the air. This time he finally spoke, with a hint of trance on his pale and handsome face. Seeing that he was in a good condition, Harvey did not have any terrible changes because he suddenly exposed to the air. How are you feeling now? Asterin turned his neck, which seemed to have been rusted for a long time, and smiled bitterly when he saw his shoulders still wrapped in the thick amber crystal. I can't feel like I can't move now. This guy who is suspected to be an ancient man has a sense of humor. Harvey complained silently, signaling Reiner to continue to peel off other parts, and he tried to communicate with him for a while, which would also distract him. I'm curious, Asterin, how did you get sealed into this amber mine? A confused look appeared in Asterin's eyes. I don't remember it. He paused. When I woke up, I was sealed into this crystal. As for how long it had passed, I couldn't remember it. Most of the time, I was sleeping. Harvey said in surprise, then how did you send a distress signal? And how did you find that we entered the collapsed stone tower? Asterin smiled bitterly and said, I was awakened by the earthquake. As for the distress signal, he looked down at the position of his neck. The magical jewelry I wear allows me to perceive the surroundings through my thoughts and communicate with others. That's what the magical jewelry manipulated by mental power is. Then do you have anything you want to know from me? Harvey felt that letting the other party quickly become a good way to get closer to each other's relationship. Asterin was silent for a moment and asked hesitantly, which year is it now? Glorious calendar, 581. Harvey replied calmly, 400 years have passed since the Dragon War. No mistakes. Glorious calendar? Dragon War, 400 years. Asterin murmured in a low voice, still confused. He seemed to have thought of something suddenly, looked at Harvey eagerly, and asked with trembling lips, do you know the Kingdom of Eternal Night? And, there is the Holy Blood Knights. Harvey shook his head. As far as I know, there is no Kingdom of Eternal Night among the 7 existing wizard kingdoms on the continent. As for the alien races and demons in the north, it seems that their tribes do not regard themselves as a political system like a country. As for the knights you mentioned, I have lived in the border areas for a long time, and I don't know how many war group titles there are. I'm sorry. Harvey had a vague premonition that the pale man without a surname in front of him might have lived in an era that was no longer in the historical process he knew. Asterin calmed down and said lightly, if the Dragon War you are talking about is the same historical event as the Glorious War I know. I am afraid that I have been trapped in this amber ore for more than 500 years. Harvey saw that he was getting more and more depressed, and he didn't know what to say for a while. If Asterin is indeed a human, then being trapped in the amber ore for 500 years means that all his relatives, friends, and lovers have disappeared in the long river of time, leaving only him alone. This situation, for some reason, gave Harvey an illusion of empathy. Are you a spellcaster, Asterin? Spellcaster. Asterin frowned, a little unsure. If you mean a wizard, yes, I am. It turns out that in ancient times, spellcasters were called wizards. Wait. Then female spellcasters are called witches? Why are spellcasters divided by gender, instead of by the type of spellcasting? Asterin, who claimed to be a wizard, glanced at Harvey, Why? Are you going to report me to the church? In his memory, in that familiar era, wizards did suffer a lot of prejudice and hostility. The witch hunters of the church hunted or expelled them at will on the grounds of blasphemy. Harvey was stunned for a moment. What? Why should I report you? I am also a spellcaster, a wizard. Astalin slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that you are very good at hiding yourself and avoiding hunting. He lowered his head and glanced at the alchemical creature who was bending over and cutting the crystal seriously, and couldn't help but praise it. Your alchemical servant is also very, he said halfway, suddenly frowned and cried out in pain, ah. It hurts, stop. Stop. Reiner was frightened and raised the wire saw that had been cut to the waist position, looking at Harvey blankly. Astalin finally recovered his breath, his pale face showing a greyish color, and his lips trembled slightly because of the severe pain. What's going on? Harvey was also shocked, and hurriedly looked down to observe the position where Reiner cut, and found that it did not touch Astalin's body. Astalin took 2 deep breaths, looked down at his waist and below, as if he understood something, and smiled bitterly. Haha, no wonder I felt that the strange saw seemed to be cutting on my body. He looked up at Harvey, with a look of despair and self-mockery on his face. My body, I'm afraid, has merged with this amber ore. Chapter 24. At night, Harvey and Reiner leaned over on the laboratory bench with their heads down, looking at the drawn amber mine cutting drawings. Sir, I have tried to remove those parts that do not blend with Mr. Astarin's body. Reiner scratched his bare metal forehead and felt a little difficult. But the kernel part below the waist cannot be cut at all, he will feel very painful. I suspect that's not an amber mine at all. Harvey slapped the drawings and said to himself, is the ore that can fusion with flesh and blood, itself has vitality. But it is not in the form of parasitic or devouring. Astarin's body below the waist has no sign of being devoured, and it still maintains the shape of a normal person's body. Without using sharp tools to cut or burn the flames, he would not feel any discomfort at all, just unable to move freely. Sir, if you really can't do it, then... Reiner raised his hand decisively and made a stunning position. Ah! Harvey was speechless. It's not that simple. If anyone were to be, he wouldn't be willing to give up his body until his life-threatening moment. Think about your own experience, Reiner. What if you give up your lower body? Reiner thought it was a good suggestion and was eager to try it out. You can make him a brand new pair of, the lower body, just like me, strong, flexible and durable. Harvey shook his head with a wry smile. It is impossible. If he directly cut half of his body without transferring his soul, he will not be able to survive. Moreover, even if Astarin can rely on some enchantments of life energy to persist in completing the half operation, the newly replaced half of the body is also difficult to perfectly match the body of one's body, and the soul energy cannot light up the inscription of the meaning body. Soul transfer can only be a whole, not cut. This is the absolute truth summarized by Harvey after many transfer experiments. After thinking about it all night, Harvey decided to let Astarin make the decision himself. After all, he has been trapped in amber ore, and relying on his magical jewelry that is about to exhaust energy, maintaining his mental power and vitality is never the best way. After all, people still have basic physiological needs for food, drink, defecation, and urination. In the current state, Astarin cannot eat well. Reiner and Pierce can only take turns using a dropper to feed him a small amount of water at night to prevent him from appearing due to dehydration. Accident. That's the case at the moment, Astarin, it requires you to make your own decision. Harvey calmly told him his thoughts and suggestions, including the success rate of the soul transfer experiment and the subsequent situation. With Reiner's success precedent, he believed that if Astarin had a basic desire to survive, he would prefer to choose to transform into a cold alchemy life. After listening to Harvey's explanation with a calm expression, Astarin unexpectedly rejected his proposal. I won't choose to convert, Mr. Harvey. Why? You've been trapped here for so long, don't you desire freedom and enjoy life more? Astarin chuckled, glanced at Reiner, who was sitting next to the huge alchemy instrument. Do you think that the soul is trapped in a metal body that is no different from ore, and is called enjoying life? No longer sense the warmth and coldness, cannot taste delicious food, cannot smell the fragrance of flowers, and even no pain. He took a deep breath and continued. Although I lost my memories before and after being trapped, I did not forget those wonderful moments of my past lives. If I could only live like this, I would definitely not accept it. Harvey nodded slightly, and did not try to force his decision to change. If this is your choice, we have no right to interfere, but we will still try our best to find a way to get you out of this damn war. Asterin blinked lightly, of course, just don't let me suffer too much. Although he didn't have much hope for getting out of trouble, Asterin still didn't want to waste Harvey and others' efforts to rescue him from ancient ruins. The next 2 days he tried his best to recall and tell Harvey about the history he had experienced in the past and the knowledge of ancient witchcraft to the records. Everything he told greatly subverted Harvey's understanding of the world. In the past, he only knew that humans founded the 7 wizard kingdoms and formed an alliance with elves, dwarves, demons, and orcs to jointly fight against the rule and slavery of the dragon. After about 300 years of unremitting struggle, the dragon clan successfully ended the brutal rule of the mainland. But what followed was the collapse of the racial alliance, the conflict between the human race and the demon race intensified, and the centuries-long battle against the alliance began. During this period, the Federation of Spellcasters suddenly rose and independently of the rule of the Wizard Kingdom, becoming the most powerful spellcaster organization on the continent, as well as the most powerful sword and shield for humans to resist the invasion of the demon race. Since then, the Federation, the Glorious Church, the Wizard Kingdom and the Mortal Nobles, all 4 forces have begun to rule together south of the Divine Ridge Mountains, this vast and abundant continent. And Asterin tells the real history he experienced personally. However, on some important branch lines, there was a completely opposite trend. Before the Union emerged, the caster who was also called a wizard at the time was declared to be an existence of evil and blasphemy by the Church. The mortal nobles drove the witch hunters and judges who inspired the power of blood to launch a bloody hunting against the wizards. Some powerful wizard organizations at that time also launched a strong resistance. Some human kingdoms that openly supported wizards even expelled the Church and recruited wizards. It was not until the war between humans and demons broke out that the contradictions between the two gradually eased and they were forced to work together to resist the invasion of foreign races. But unlike other wizard organizations, Asterin's family did not choose to integrate into the mortal political system and rule the country with the nobles. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. This huge wizard family chose to live in seclusion, away from the human kingdom, to ensure the purity of the wizard's blood. They moved their entire family to the north, across the towering God's Ridge Mountains and the vast wilderness, and established a wizard kingdom called the City of Eternal Night. In such a conservative and closed environment, there are occasionally some heretics who deviate from the orthodox wizard path. Just like what is described in all the tacky romance novels. Asterin's father fell in love with a woman who was not of wizard blood. An outsider from the Kingdom of Eternal Night, a remnant of the vampires who were mistakenly believed to have completely disappeared since the Age of Dragons. The ending of this story is obvious. The woman who polluted the bloodline was imprisoned, and the wizard who abandoned the tradition was executed. The only accident was that Astalin was born, a hybrid of human and vampire. He was secretly sent away from the City of Eternal Night and raised by his father's apprentice assistant in the vassal territory of the wizard. He awakened the talent of the vampires and learned the knowledge of wizards. Until a huge natural disaster fell on the City of Eternal Night, destroying the entire city, and the demons took the opportunity to invade. Astalin was taken by his father's apprentice to flee all the way to the south. As for his later memories, they were all annihilated in the long river of time because of this long imprisonment. After listening to his story, Harvey fell into a long contemplation. So, even you don't know what happened to you that got you trapped in the amber ore. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the blood-sucking, blood race that had been exterminated long ago in those legends actually still had remnants, hiding in the wilderness of the far north. Harvey felt that a fossil that could breathe was alive in front of him. As far as he knew, many legendary forbidden spells that had been lost for a long time required vampire blood as one of the important casting materials during the release process. And he actually took out such a precious thing and smeared it on the magic contract. No matter what, he had to think of a way to persuade Astalin, a rare hybrid blood race. Please, don't want to die. Chapter 25. Although the progress of rescuing Astalin was very stressful, Harvey still took time out of his busy schedule to log into the Spellcaster forum. He had to find a way to persuade this ancient vampire not to give up his life easily, and at the same time, he had to prepare a suitable alchemical prosthesis for him in advance. Temporary procurement is definitely unrealistic. The number of substandard products that flow into the market every year from the Alchemical Exploration Society is very small. In addition, due to the tense war, it is difficult to get a complete alchemical prosthesis even through Ash's network of relationships. The only way is to have a comfortable online shopping through this online platform he founded. However, the forum members all communicated using anonymous codes, although Harvey clearly knew that he had invited members of the Alchemical Exploration Society to join. But he had no idea who they were. He could only wait until the online exchange meeting, use his small account to post a purchase task, and pay high points to lure the other party to take the initiative to make a deal. Some time ago, he also posted a demand for purchasing mental power auxiliary magic tools in the information exchange section. Many forum members also responded with friendly messages. However, since Harvey's needs were too vague, and the research direction involving the magic network plane was too profound and unpopular. As a result, there was no answer that could really satisfy him. Although I am a junior spellcaster in reality, my identity in the forum is a powerful spellcaster engaged in magic network research. Looking at the messages from members who could not provide answers but were secretly praising him, Harvey felt a little inflated for a while. The hands of the clock turned to 9 o'clock, and the code names of several members on the Magic Network forum began to flash with faint light. Hand of Elements, good evening, everyone. It was Mr. Elemental Mage, the Shinyu, who took the lead in greeting, and other members followed suit. Harvey did not rush to speak on his small account. According to convention, the first half hour of the exchange meeting belonged to those members who liked to have academic exchanges with fierce words. In short, let the argumentative speak first. The man in the mirror, I want to thank Mr. Son of Flame for providing the auxiliary magic weapon, which is of great help to the progress of my experiment. Frost Giant, what type of magic weapon? How many points did he sell it to you for? The man in the mirror, the undead magic weapon rich in death energy, I think it is at least at the level of an intermediate magic weapon, so we negotiated to sell it for 50 points. Frost Giant, intermediate magic weapon? Did your points fall from the sky? I feel like you were cheated. Son of Flame, shit giant. Why don't you sell it if you have it? The earth-loving one, points are indeed very precious to us at present. I paid all the points accumulated during this period to exchange the magic matrix with extremely high research value from Mr. Burning Lord. The earth-loving one, here, I would like to thank Mr. Burning Lord for his selfless sharing again. Scorching Lord, haha, I just follow the principle of equivalent exchange. Heart of the Forest, everyone, have you tried the online, real-time transaction provided by Mr. Administrator? Man in the mirror, genius idea and invention. Salute to Mr. Administrator. Heart of the Forest, I would like to ask Mr. Administrator if the principle of this magic matrix can be shared publicly. I know this may be a bit excessive. I wonder what price I need to pay to obtain it. Earth-loving, agree. Ghost Captain, strongly agree. Frost Giant, humph. You should restrain your greedy faces. How can this level of magic network transmission technology be shared casually? Can anyone among you really afford the price to obtain it? Harvey looked at the messages that kept flashing on the screen, and felt secretly happy. This Mr. Frost Giant seemed to be mocking other members, but he was actually secretly provoking himself. Scorching Lord, I can provide a magic matrix of 7-ring elemental magic for exchange. This is an improved magic that I created. I wonder if Mr. Turing is interested? Good guy. The Scorching Lord is a legendary spellcaster. In other words, at least there is a legendary spellcaster behind him who can create or improve high-level spells. Is he a high-level member of the Federation? All the members of the forum were secretly shocked. The 7-ring improved spells were indeed a very valuable bargaining chip. If the spells belonged to the combat type, their value might exceed the 8-ring general spells. This is a bargaining chip that any spellcaster would be tempted by. Harvey was also very excited when he saw this message from a member. Most of the general spells available for public learning in spellcaster academies or mage organizations have limited functions and mediocre power. And the newly created or improved spells often have extremely high research value and spell power, which also indirectly proves the powerful gold content of legendary spellcasters. But the problem is that even if this overwhelming wealth is given to Harvey for free, he can't learn it. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. He was just an ordinary, junior necromancer with average talent. In his magic pattern, he had not even completed the matrix engraving of a 3-ring instant spell. Administrator Turing, haha, it's not that I don't want to share knowledge with you, but this magic matrix comes from my unique perception of the magic network, and is deeply bound to the projection of the form in the magic network, and others cannot replicate it. Sure enough, Mr. Administrator is also a legendary spellcaster. Everyone saw the administrator's polite refusal, although not surprised, but also felt that it was reasonable. His meaning is very clear: even if this technology is given to you for free, you have no ability to use it, don't dream about it. Fur Holden, codenamed Son of Fire, looked at this message and keenly caught a hint hidden behind the text. He should have used his own powerful mental power to create a magic network projection in the positioning magic pattern, thereby establishing this form, and based on this, developed an instantaneous transmission technology that transcends the times. But why did such a mysterious and powerful existence establish this anonymous forum? He even encouraged members to communicate freely and actively share magic knowledge. While thinking hard, a strange member codename jumped out and interrupted Fair's thoughts. Kel'Thuzad, everyone, I want to buy a brand new alchemical prosthesis, either auxiliary or combat type, preferably a version customized by the Alchemical Exploration Society for the Federation. The Quinn brothers, who were staring at the forum message head to head, were stunned for a moment and looked at each other subconsciously. Is this a colleague of our Exploration Society? Unlikely, otherwise how could he not get an alchemical prosthesis? Probably a wild alchemist. He is also planning to study the direction of life alchemy. The two nodded at the same time, and then looked at the code name Kel'Thuzad, with infinite sympathy in their eyes. Compared with magicians, the alchemist group does not have too many stereotypes of magic schools and knowledge blockades. They prefer to form various research groups and organizations of all sizes, freely share alchemical results and formulas, and have more goodwill towards their peers. Every year, the Alchemical Exploration Society selects some talented alchemists and provides a certain degree of financial and material funding for their experimental research topics. In the Alchemy Academy, Offray himself also funded many alchemy apprentices who were not his own students, helping them complete their own alchemy formula research and development and experimental inventions. This poor wild colleague has the same research direction as us. Offray sighed, but he has no organization and research team. I'm afraid the experimental progress is much worse than ours. Ed nodded in agreement. Yes, he is really an unfortunate alchemist. The two were silent for a moment, and decided almost in unison. Send him a brand new model of alchemy prosthesis. Chapter 26. Jeffrey has not been happy these days. Although my father traded with the evil necromancer and sold his body after his death for an unimaginable high price. Leave him a legacy that is enough to live a stable life with his sister. But he always had a sense of unwillingness and a little, unsatisfied resentment in his heart. The mages of the Federation and the pastors who have always been kind in the church actually stood on the side of the evil necromancer and in turn accuse him of his greed. Originally, Lord Bako, who had originally despised the necromancer, could uphold justice for himself. In the end, the other party was angry and slapped him with several teeth. Of course, Jeffrey didn't dare to show his grudges in person, and he didn't dare to trouble the wizards. He was just a lowly civilian with no background. He was apart from lying on the gambling table in the tavern and scolding him secretly. Can't do it. After migrating to Grizzlies with the convoy of noble men, Jeffrey used the excuse that he should have occupied more inheritance as the eldest son, and used a few gold pounds to send her sister who had been splitting up with him, and encouraged her to take her with her. Money, go to join the night attendant who had been hooked up with her. Grizzly Castle is much more prosperous than Jackdaw Town, and the rows of taverns and gambling in the city make him linger. Within a few days, I spent all the money from my father's body selling. At night, Jeffrey was lying in the tavern room where he rented, and couldn't sleep. He heard footsteps coming from the door, and then the door bolt rang and someone quietly walked in. Who is it? He asked in a trembling voice in the darkness with his eyes squinted. Don't move, don't shout loudly. The visitor threatened in a low voice, but Jeffrey heard the other party's voice. It turned out to be the auxiliary sacrifice of the chapel of Jackdaw Town, Stanny Kane. Yes, is it Mr. Kane? The candlestick was lit by the flames, and the dim light shone on the entire room. The church assistant Stanny took off his grey-black cloak, pulled over a chair and sat in front of Jeff. I have something to tell you, Jeffrey. He habitually snatched his chin, which was a long and ferocious scar, which greatly destroyed his gentle demeanor as a church assistant. What's the matter with me? Jeffrey obediently put away the knife and glanced at the sharp sheathless sword hanging around his waist. You've been to the manor of the necromancer named Harvey, have you? Stanny asked in a low voice. Yes, yes, because of my father, everyone in the town knows that. The Asuji interrupted his nagging impatiently, don't talk nonsense, I need you to lead the way and go to that manor. Geoffrey was startled and stuttered, what? Why do you want me to take you there? Stanny sneered, what? Are you scared? Don't you want to avenge your father? Geoffrey's words after he was drunk in the tavern came to his ears without missing a word. Difficult, are you going to deal with that necromancer? Geoffrey stuttered as he was nervous, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. I won't let you go for nothing. After the matter is done, I will ask you for an errand at the church in Grizzlies and a sum of money for your reward. He took out a coarse purse from his waist, threw it on Geoffrey's bed, and asked with a provocative grin. How is it? Are you going to do this deal? Geoffrey picked up the purse, weighed the weight, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, gritted his teeth and asked, I just need to lead the way, right? Stanny nodded to show that she was sure. I did it. Stanny Kane is not a systematically learned and church-trained pastor, he was an orphan adopted in a monastery. At first, his life in the monastery was not easy until he was selected by the monk and became a reserve attendant of the Judgment Army. After 10 years of training, the young Stanny was naturally sent to the main battlefield of the Evil Moon Mountains, the human coalition and the demons, and experienced the life and death of blood and fire. After finishing his garrison mission, Stanny was lucky to be honored to go to the Holy City to receive the honor of the Archbishop due to his bravery and his military merits. There, he successfully inspired his bloodline and became a glorious knight of the Judgment Army, and was carefully trained by the bishop. He also learned the sacred history of the Church, including the truth about the 100 years of war between the Church and the wizards. Those evil spellcasters who seize the power and authority of the gods, because of the shelter and indulgence of the nobles, unscrupulously blasphemed the great glorious God in the kingdom under the light of God. The Archbishop told him that there were still godly sects in the Holy See, advocating the expulsion of wizards from the kingdom ruled by gods and allowing them to undergo glorious judgment. Stanny was arranged to be in the secretly established witch-hunting knights of the Holy See, for training. He then followed the witch hunter knights and participated in the secretly extermination of some small spellcaster organizations and wizard families many times. There is no mistake, 1619, one book, a book. Until the last time, they were ordered to go to the Principality of St. Valen and attack a team of study casters who were traveling through the country. An accident happened. In the originally vulnerable apprentice team, there were 2 intermediate undead spellcasters. He took advantage of the witch hunter to relax his guard and released the extremely harmful plague poisonous fog, and drove the powerful suture corpse monster. Suddenly attacked. The knight's order died in an instant, and the leader of the knights and the stitched corpse monster died together. In order to avoid exposing his identity, the fragile alliance between the spellcaster union and the church broke down. The remaining members of the knights chose to fight to the death, only Stanny was pierced in the throat by a spell thorn, rolled down the cliff, and was mistakenly thought to be dead, thus escaping. After this battle, Stanny did not return to the Holy City Church, but lurked in Jackdaw Town as a church deacon. He never gave up his hatred for wizards, nor did he forget the painful experience of his comrade's death and the annihilation of the whole army. It's just that under the eyes of the Union, he can hardly find an opportunity to attack those damn spellcasters. But now the opportunity has come. That arrogant and stupid necromancer Harvey actually planned to stay in Jackdaw Town alone. Before leaving and moving to Grizzly Castle, Stanny had secretly approached his manor and observed it several times. The necromancer was only accompanied by an alchemical puppet, and there was no other zombie. As long as he doesn't give him enough chance to cast spells and chant, and sneak attacks a junior spellcaster at close range, Stanny thinks he can kill him on the spot in just a few breaths. As for the civilian named Geoffrey, leading the way was just a casual excuse. His real use was to take the blame for the subsequent investigation of the Federation after Stanny killed the necromancer. The father died at the hands of the necromancer, and the son colluded with a mysterious outsider to break into the wizard's manor to avenge his father. This reason is perfect and can stand up to scrutiny. As for who the outsider is, it doesn't matter. He only needs to slightly change his body posture and cover his face throughout the process. Even if the investigators of the Federation use the backtracking spell, they may be helpless. The witch hunter tightly grasped the long sword at his waist, squinted his eyes and looked through the walls of Grizzly Castle towards the direction of Jackdaw Town. At this moment, the only thought left in his mind was hunting evil wizards and recasting the glory of the gods. And also to avenge the companions who died unjustly. Chapter 27. The last time I came to this manor on the outskirts of Jackdaw Town was during the day. Geoffrey vaguely remembered that this country holiday villa, which once belonged to a baron, was backed by a vast orchard. The wall built with stone brick base and wooden grill was less than 1 person high. If the nearby townspeople and farmers did not know that there was a necromancer living here, I am afraid that anyone could easily climb over and steal fruits and vegetables. Although it was close to midnight, Geoffrey and the witch hunter Stanny who were sneaking close to the manor still did not dare to light torches for lighting. Necromancers always like to be active at night, and this time period is their working time. Following Geoffrey's guidance, Stanny carefully explored the manor wall and skillfully cracked all the triggered magic traps. This was his usual method when attacking spellcasters living alone in the past. This young necromancer did not seem to be completely defenseless, but his methods were too immature. Stanny sneered inwardly. It was normal for civilians to be afraid of necromancers, but he had never heard of a necromancer being afraid of an ordinary civilian. In their eyes, living people were just unprocessed experimental materials, and they were eager for someone to deliver them to their door. This arrogant and stupid concept was just what Stanny wanted. In the past, he often relied on this common arrogance of spellcasters to attack many apprentices and low-level spellcasters. The two of them climbed over the fence lightly and touched the side wall of the manor building. There is no light in the main building. The necromancer is not in his room. Stanny asked in a low voice, looking at the trembling Geoffrey with a gloomy look. I don't know either. The last time I came here was during the day. I only went into the reception room on the first floor and the spacious laboratory cellar next to it. Stanny was stunned. Isn't the main building the main activity area of the necromancer? Geoffrey stammered and added, his laboratory is behind the main building, near the orchard. The witch hunter nodded slightly, pulling Geoffrey close to the wall and sneaking behind the main building. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky, rumbling over the head. Stanny was delighted. There was a rainstorm coming, and tonight was the best time to attack. The sound of thunder and rain would cover up their sneaking movements and wash away all their traces. The witch hunter slowly approached the low and spacious experimental workshop, stopped in front of a closed window, took out a thin metal sheet like a ruler from his waist, and inserted it into the gap of the window frame with skillful movements. With a light click, the internal window bolt slid, and the window gently opened to the outside. Even the doors and windows of the laboratory did not have special locking devices. What an amateur! Stanny straightened up slightly, leaned his head sideways and looked through the window. It seemed to be a separate storage room, with shelves against the wall filled with bottles and jars. He pushed the window open with confidence, pinched the window edge with one hand, and pushed it gently, and then quietly climbed in. Then he turned around and dragged the clumsy Geoffrey into the storage room. I'll go out to scout first, you wait in this compartment, don't touch anything, and don't make any noise. Geoffrey nodded with trembling teeth. Sneaking into a spellcaster's laboratory was a suicidal act that he had never dared to think of in the past. Not to mention the pale skulls on the shelves in this room, and the unknown flesh and blood organs soaked in glass containers. Which one didn't make him almost scared? His legs were as soft as dough and he couldn't move. Stanny couldn't be bothered to appease this disposable scapegoat. He drew out the unsheathed longsword hanging from his waist, pushed open the door of the storage room, and walked out quietly. This experimental workshop was much larger than expected. Except for the two separate storage rooms at the end, all windows in other areas of the workshop were sealed with iron sheets, and only a few circular vents were opened near the top of the wall. The entire workshop was empty, with only the footsteps of witch hunters' boots on the ground echoing. A large number of pried open crates were randomly discarded in the corners, and messy metal pipes were hung from the ceiling, like dry vines, hanging from top to bottom to the ground, connecting multiple strange instruments that Stanny didn't recognize at all. The most conspicuous one was a huge metal cylinder standing in the center of the room, nearly 5 meters high. The heavy base was engraved with dense spell inscriptions, which repeatedly lit up and extinguished like breathing. There seemed to be some mechanism running inside the metal cylinder, and a continuous low hum could be heard, blending in with the sudden rainstorm and thunder outside the house. The necromancer was obviously not in the laboratory either. Could it be that he had miscalculated and had secretly left Jackdaw Town and gone to a place outside Grizzly Castle? Stanny felt a little frustrated. If he could not carry out the attack tonight, To find the next opportunity, he would have to wait for a long time. He slowly walked to the huge alchemical instrument, thinking about how to destroy these magical items used for evil and blasphemous experiments. It was obviously unrealistic to set fire to it in such heavy rain. If he acted alone, he could not get any combustion-promoting items such as dragon flames or kerosene. He could only find a way to look for alchemical materials with explosive or corrosive effects that he was familiar with in the Necromancer's experiments. Just as he was about to look carefully, a metal cover suddenly flipped up from the ground not far away. The witch hunter narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately rolled silently behind the metal cylinder, holding the long sword in his hand and staring at the front. Every time before the rainstorm, you have to come to the underground storage room to check, otherwise when you wake up the next day, these zombie transformation materials will be soaked into human-shaped pancakes. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Harvey muttered a little irritably, and climbed out of the cellar clumsily. He pushed the iron sheet placed next to the cover in advance, squatted down and passed it down from the entrance of the cellar. Someone seemed to take over from below. "My lord, you don't have to do these things yourself every time, I can do it alone." The witch hunter heard the voice of another person in the cellar. "You are my assistant, not my apprentice. More people means more efficiency." The man on the ground was his target, the necromancer named Harvey. The other party was completely exposed with his back facing him, squatting down and talking to the person below at the entrance of the cellar. No defense at all. Stanny changed the long sword in his right hand to hold it with both hands, and pointed the tip of the sword at the back of the unconscious spellcaster. He stimulated his abdomen to take a deep breath, mobilizing the blood power in his body that was slightly weakened due to aging. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3. "Who are you?" A sudden shout came from behind, and he was discovered. "My lord, be careful." Stanny stood up without hesitation, stepped heavily on the ground, and rushed to Harvey's back with a huge forward force. Harvey only felt a scorching wind blowing towards him from behind, and his back seemed to feel a slight sharp pain. A sense of crisis of being locked onto by a ferocious beast instantly made his scalp tingle. He heard Pierce's loud warning to him, but it was too late to react. He could only fall forward in a panic, and rolled headfirst into the cellar with a thud. Chapter 28. With this sprint, Stanny had already predicted the opponent's possible evasive route of rolling left and right. But the only thing he overlooked was that the necromancer actually fell forward by mistake and plunged directly into the cellar he had just climbed out of. The sword that he thought was sure to hit missed, but the witch hunter was not panicked at all. He twisted his ankle and raised his toes flexibly. The cellar cover was lifted up and flipped back to its original position with a bang, covering the cellar entrance tightly. He stepped heavily on the cover again, and the tip of the sword accurately pressed against the lock and pushed, locking the cellar entrance to prevent the two people below from opening the cover again. Now let's deal with the guy who just discovered his trace and warned the necromancer in advance. Pierce usually moves around in the manor and does not carry his best bow and arrow with him. Usually at this time, he would have fallen asleep on the soft bed. But tonight, the weather was not right, and it seemed that a rainstorm was about to fall. Harvey and Reiner went to the experimental workshop again, which made Pierce worry that they would be soaked by the rain when they returned to the main building. At this moment, he only carried 2 raincoats and wore thin cotton and linen pajamas. Although he had no weapons in his hands, the hunter's hunting experience over the years still made him keenly feel the malice transferred from the other party. He immediately threw away the cumbersome clothes in his hands and ducked behind the huge metal column of Unit 0. This was his usual method of avoiding black bears in Jackdaw Ridge in the past. It was a pity that there was no tree in the experimental workshop, otherwise he could even jump to the top of the tree in just 3 seconds. But the witch hunter Stanny was not the kind of stupid and slow beast. When the power of the knight's blood was stimulated, his movement speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. The sword in his hand flashing with cold light was even more frightening to Pierce than the claws and fangs of the black bear. He narrowly avoided the opponent's first sword swing, and the blade hit the brass column of the alchemical instrument, making a deafening sound. Clang! Pierce felt a chill on his back, and the enemy's sword tip still cut his clothes. But there was no obvious pain. He knew it was not because he was not injured. The blood rushed up at the critical moment of life and death, and those who desperately wanted to survive could run 2 miles even if they dragged their intestines. The hunter rolled and fell on a pile of crates, and then he realized that there was warm liquid flowing out from his back, soaking his torn clothes. Lord Harvey and Reiner were still trapped in the cellar. And Mr. Astalin, he couldn't move, and he could only wait to die when he was discovered by this murderer. I must not escape. A line of silver-white lightning lit up in the sky, and a huge thunder roared. The light shone into the workshop through the ventilation window, and also illuminated Pierce's pale face covered with sweat. The thug with a hooded robe covering his face said nothing and rushed towards him again. A sword flashed from his ribs and went straight to the hunter's heart. This attack was as fast as lightning, hidden and fast. When Pierce noticed it, it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only kick his legs and bounce his body backwards. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He rolled around twice in a mess, then stood up quickly, fumbled for a crowbar, and took a defensive posture with difficulty. Hey! I actually dodged it. The witch hunter kicked the crate blocking the way away and walked towards him step by step. The hunter was forced into a corner. Who are you? Why did you attack Lord Harvey? He is a wizard of the Federation. Pierce stammered and questioned the other party, but his eyes anxiously glanced at the metal laboratory table covered with tarpaulin and the locked cellar entrance. Dead people won't have so many problems. The witch hunter laughed sinisterly and raised his sword again. Stop! A weak shout sounded, and Stanley subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The metal laboratory table covered with a thin cotton cloth. The witch hunter snorted coldly, stretched out his sword to pick up the cotton cloth, revealing a transparent ore as big as a coffin inside. And the weirdo whose whole body was wrapped in the ore, with only the head exposed. The weirdo frowned and stared at Stanley with anger. Ha! The evil creation of the Necromancer. The witch hunter frowned, not knowing whether this thing was a stitched corpse monster that had not yet taken shape, or other unknown undead experimental creations. He subconsciously swung a sword at the neck of the humanoid monster. Astalin couldn't move, and closed his eyes with a bitter smile, waiting to die. But he suddenly felt his face getting hot, and a splash of warm liquid sprayed on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Hunter Pierce rushing in front of him. His chest was pierced by the sword, revealing a half-inch of sharp cold light. You! Pierce spit out another mouthful of blood, splashing into Astalin's eyes, but he did not close his eyes to dodge. The hunter let go of the amber ore he was holding tightly and slid softly to the ground. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. With a loud bang, the metal cover of the cellar flew up to the sky and hit the ceiling of the workshop. Reiner jumped out of the cellar, and the originally dark blue soul fire in the eye sockets of the skull had turned into a bright white light. Pierce! He roared with a metallic friction sound. Harvey fell into the cellar and hit Reiner's metal body, and his eyes rolled up and he fainted. In desperation, Reiner thought he had been attacked. After a while of examination and fiddling, he found that Harvey was not bleeding from his wounds. It took 2 or 3 minutes to delay like this. When he returned to the ground, he saw this scene that made his eyes burst. Ah! Bastard! The inscriptions on the entire body of the alchemy body lit up instantly, and the strong metal legs slammed the ground, ploughing a deep groove into the hardened ground. He rushed towards the witch hunter standing with a sword and punched his fist at the other party's head. The blade of the sword and the fist hit, and a loud bang burst out, and the sparks of metal rubbing out of the sky bloomed everywhere. The witch hunter's body was shocked, and he staggered and took several steps back in a row, looking at the rolled sword in his hand in disbelief. Dog thing! Reiner continued to roar and rushed towards the other party without any pause. In extreme furious situation, he seemed to have forgotten to use his favorite weapon, the flame-welding gun, and he only waved his fists to smash them towards the enemy with instinct. The long-lost fear strangled the throat of the witch hunter. Others may not know, but he knew very well how much power he could burst out after he stimulated his bloodline abilities. But facing the skeleton monster in front of me who was covered with metal armor and could speak, he seemed as weak as a minor child. Every punch the other party swung him made him feel as if he was facing the impact of the demon war beasts in the past, and it was so powerful that he could not resist it. After 3 punches, the overwhelmed sword broke from the middle with a bang. The witch hunter had no choice but to avoid it and punched Reiner with a heavy shoulder. The terrifying sound of bone shattering sounded, and the figures that rose into the sky fell heavily into a pile of broken crates. Dog stuff! Dog stuff! Dog stuff! The angry roar has not stopped. Pierce, who had lost too much blood, saw the last scene before he lost consciousness. It was Reiner's huge alchemy body, which rode aside and suppressed the enemy, punching each other, until the man's chest was sunken and bloody. Chapter 29. When Harvey woke up and staggered out of the cellar, I found that the laboratory was in a mess. The hunter Pierce had a sword in his chest, and blood flowed all over the ground, and he lay on the ground with a pale face. He didn't know what to do about life and death. Asterin, trapped in the amber ore, had blood on his face, and his eyes were closed without any response. Reiner, face down, fell on a bloody corpse, and could not see clearly. It seemed that the energy was exhausted and it was directly overheating and down. I used magic jewelry to share my life with Pierce, he still has the help. Asterin suddenly opened his eyes and made a weak voice. Harvey nodded, quickly pulled a charge line and inserted it into Reiner's waist slot. Waiting for Reiner to recharge, he immediately returned to the main building of the manor and took the alchemy potion with hemostasis from the study, half poured into Pierce's mouth, which had fallen into a deep coma, and half sprinkled on the puncture wound at his chest. Now he did not dare to move Pierce's body at all, and he could not find a church pastor who could release the healing magic technique to come to rescue him. The people in Jackdaw Town had long moved to Grizzly Castle. Before treating non-fatal wounds, you can barely use your own treatment agent to achieve a certain therapeutic effect. But at present, this kind of severe damage that obviously endangers life is really helpless except for the advanced healing magic. Asterin, how long can you last for your life sharing? The already pale face of the mixed blood race has now faintly shown a hint of grayness. He wriggled his lips with difficulty and replied in a low voice, magic jewelry is used to absorb my mental power to achieve the magic effect of life sharing. I can hold on for up to 2 hours. Reiner had already awakened at this time, and was helplessly wiping the blood and flesh residues splashed all over his body, as if he had not recovered from the emotional outbreak just now. Sir, did I kill someone just now? He trembled and asked a question that he had known the answer, with a hint of crying in his tone. Harvey sighed, and suddenly felt one head and too big, and could only comfort him. Reiner, you are trying to save Pierce and Asterin, don't blame yourself too much. After all, he is the first alchemy life with human mind and normal emotions, which is completely different from those cold dead objects that rely entirely on spell commands. Harvey could understand his fear and helplessness after the first killing. I was just worried that his sudden outbreak was caused by the fusion of the alchemy body and the soul, which caused a certain degree of change. But now there is no time to go deeper. Pierce's life is in danger. There is no ready-made alchemy body. Harvey doesn't even have the chance to save him through his soul transfer. Asterin thought for a while and said slowly, there is another way, maybe you can try to save Mr. Pierce. His eyes turned, he looked at the storage room against the wall in the workshop, and said softly, but now we need to solve another problem first. There is still a person hidden in that storage room. I smelled his taste, a fishy smell. The 5 senses of the Blood Clan are far superior to those of humans. Asterin sniffed out another hidden enemy position as soon as he discovered the attacker. He just wondered why the other party was still hiding there while the battle was so anxious, never rushing out to help his companions, watching him die by Reiner. Harvey's face was solemn. Although he believed in the talent judgment of Asterin, a mixed-race race, he did not dare to despise him at all. There is no ready-made casting material around you, and you cannot even cast acid sputtering, poisonous fog, and corrosion storm. The magic matrix that can be instantly emitted has not been engraved in the magic pattern. As a research-based spellcaster, the only magic he can use spells to inspire is the only magic he learned not long ago called Spirit Impact. This is a second-ring spiritual attack magic. Strictly speaking, it is not a necromancer, but it can barely mobilize the death energy to drive the excitation. The effect is to cause the enemy to fall into a short period of mental dullness and cause certain disturbances to mental power and thinking. Considering that this magic could not directly cause damage to the enemy hiding in the storage room, Harvey did not forget to pick up the crowbar that Pierce dropped on the ground and walked to the door with the sound of footsteps. He used the mage's hand to push open the door, and stood on the side of the door and recited the spell, ready to cast it at any time. Woo, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I did nothing. Woo, yes, it was him who forced me to lead the way. A man rolled out of the dark room, wearing a shabby civilian outfit, his trouser legs covered with mud, and tears flowed from his pale face, making a disgusting ball. Hey, isn't this Reiner's own son Jeffrey? Harvey frowned slightly, and he instantly understood the whole story. Jeffrey is afraid that he has always been worried about the cause of Reiner's death. Even after going through the joint investigation, he still believes that he, the evil necromancer, killed his father. You originally planned to kill me? Where did you find the attacker? Harvey glanced at Reiner, who was still recharged, and asked the other party coldly. No, no. I don't. Master Harvey, I absolutely dare not, it's him. He is the church's assistant sacrifice, Stanny, he forced me to bring him here, all the attack plans are his conspiracy. Jeffer, I defend myself incoherently. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Harvey felt keenly when he heard the word church and his heart sank. The church is still trying to hunt down spellcasters? They actually ignored the non-aggression agreement established with the Federation. Maybe it's only for the Necromancer? Or is it just targeting myself as the Necromancer? Harvey didn't know what the Union branch of Jackdaws was about this matter, but those who obviously discriminated against the Necromancer, who were like Bulk, were probably more gloating. You can't just forget it. You have to find a way to expose this matter. He doesn't want to care whether the relationship between the Federation and the Church is worsening. It's not in line with Harvey's character. The guy in front of him caused trouble for himself one after another and caused fatal danger. He must not be soft-hearted and save his life, but he must not be allowed to die in his own manner, at least not in front of his father Reiner. First, pretend to let him go, and then let Pierce sneak over to solve the problem. Get out! Harvey said coldly. Letting Jeffrey go openly can also intimidate those witch hunters who are hiding in the church and are full of malicious intentions towards him. Watching Jeffrey rush out of the laboratory workshop with a pissing flow, Harvey turned around and returned to Pierce and Asterin, who were lying on the ground. What is the one you mentioned that can save Pierce? Asterin curled his lips, as if he was a little disdainful of Harvey's soft behavior. Take my blood and pour it into Mr. Pierce. Harvey was stunned. The vampire's blood was a high-level spell-casting material. Even if it was used for the preparation of alchemy potions, the ratio of auxiliary materials needed to be carefully considered. Just inject it directly into the body of an ordinary human? Can Pierce really bear it? How many injections are needed? Are there any side effects? Asterin said lightly, all it is necessary to extract the blood from my body and replace Pierce's own blood. Haha, you can understand it as a direct blood exchange. He glanced at the hunter lying on the ground with complicated eyes and smiled bitterly. As for the side effects, of course, it's like me that I have become a mixed race, fearing the sun and loving the darkness, and from time to time I want to suck blood. What about you? The blood-sucking. What will happen to the Blood Clan? How long will it take to recover? Do I need me to find you some animal blood? Asterin and Harvey looked at each other with concern and smiled gently. Did you forget? I was a dying person, but Pierce tried his best to save me. It's so stupid for mortals to always cherish their lives so much. So I think it's very fair and reasonable to exchange for one life. I don't want to owe him. Chapter 30. What? Pierce doesn't agree. Asterin was a little surprised. Doesn't he want to live? He suddenly thought of something, frowned and asked, does he hate vampires? Does he not want his human blood to be polluted? Or does he not want to become a monster? He doesn't want to live. Harvey shook his head. He doesn't discriminate against your vampire identity. He just said that if he has to use your life in exchange for his chance to live, he can't accept it. Asterin was stunned for a moment, and seemed to not understand this choice. He didn't speak for a long time. I think, if you don't want Pierce to lose his life because of you, maybe giving him a promise that you will be safe and sound will make him agree to this blood transfusion plan. Harvey decided to strike while the iron is hot and try to guide Asterin to rekindle his desire to survive. After all, Pierce is just an ordinary person with a mortal body. He is seriously injured and can't hold on until the alchemical prosthesis purchased by Harvey arrives. As a hybrid, Astalin's vitality is obviously much stronger. Let him change blood first to save the hunter's life, and then wait for the soul transfer experiment. It is actually the most appropriate choice. Astalin closed his eyes and sighed. Okay, I agree with the soul transfer plan you proposed before. He paused and added emphatically, but remember, this is to repay Pierce. Please give me the right to choose to end my fate at any time. Harvey was overjoyed and stood up and said excitedly, of course, I will never force you to make a choice. The alchemical instrument of Unit 0 burst into a strong operating hum. After careful adjustment, Harvey entered the magic network many times and sent the alchemical prosthesis that had been split in advance in batches. This was generously provided by the alchemist named Mirror Man in the magic network forum. After the forum exchange meeting ended that night, he suddenly found Harvey's small account alone and offered to provide him with a newly developed alchemical prosthesis for free, but it could only be an auxiliary model. Harvey did not need to pay any points or money or materials. During the private communication, the man in the mirror was full of encouragement and sympathy, repeatedly praising his love and persistence in experimental research, which surprised and delighted Harvey, but also confused. Although he did not understand the other party's true intention, Harvey could not care less about getting this alchemical prosthesis that he needed most for free. After receiving the goods, he immediately started to assemble it with Reiner. This time he had to complete Pierce's blood transfusion surgery and Astalin's soul transfer at the same time. It was both an experiment and a surgery, with extremely high risks and no room for mistakes. Reiner, check the energy lines on the alchemical prosthesis again. Harvey was busy preparing beside the metal laboratory table. Pierce, who was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious, was properly placed side by side with Astalin. Several metal pipelines connected them together, and all the lines finally converged on the huge metal cylindrical tower of Unit 0. Harvey's plan was to first draw out the excess blood from Pierce's body, and then inject the blood drawn from Astalin's body at the same time, and replace them synchronously in equal proportions. This can ensure that Pierce will not suffer from excessive blood loss first. As for Astalin, as he gradually loses blood to a certain extent, the soul transfer will be started immediately. After that, it can be guaranteed that even after the soul transfer is completed, Astalin's body, which has become a corpse, can still provide Pierce with the last part of the remaining blood in a short time. Theoretically, it is a rescue plan that has the best of both worlds. The sky gradually brightened, and the mist that always rose in the morning at the foot of the mountain in Jackdaw Town gradually dissipated. The thunderstorm that had lasted all night also stopped, and the air was filled with the fresh smell of soil. Astalin seemed to be gradually waking up from a long dream. After a dizzy spell, he slowly opened his eyes tentatively. He saw Harvey, his thin face with dark circles under his eyes, right in front of him. He turned his neck with difficulty, and on the other side was Reiner, the metal-inlaid skull, with the blue soul fire in his eye sockets slowly flashing. He opened his mouth and found that his voice was a little hoarse, with some hissing sounds of metal rubbing against bones. Is Pierce still alive? Harvey nodded and smiled. Pierce woke up before you. I asked Reiner to transfer him to his room to rest in advance. He is still a little weak now. It must be said that the innate ability of vampires is really strong. Pierce, who had just completed a blood transfusion operation, had already shown signs of healing in the wounds of all sizes on his body. However, the fatal penetrating wound on his chest can only stop bleeding. After Reiner stitches him up, he still needs to wait for a while to recover. At least Harvey doesn't have to worry about infection. Astalin subconsciously half-propped up his body and felt the metal friction sound made by this alchemical prosthesis during operation. Then he raised his pair of hands made of all metal and with a sophisticated and complex structure to observe carefully. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one 6, one 9, one book, one forum. Reiner took a step forward and held his shoulders, saying with a hearty smile, Mr. Astalin, you don't know how much I envy you. This is the prosthetic skeleton that you personally got from the Alchemy Exploration Association. Compared to the cheap thing I have now that is pieced together with bones, it is much better. Look at this delicate structure, this energy output, this smooth and beautiful shape. Harvey tried his best to wink at Reiner, and felt that his face was cramping. Reiner, this guy, can you please not bring up these things at this time? It's simply irrelevant. Astalin listened quietly, and didn't seem to show any emotions of collapse or loss. He supported the experimental table and slowly got up and walked down. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the contact between his metal legs and feet and the ground. At first, you won't be able to adapt. You may use too much force or lose your balance. Harvey explained softly. Every 6 hours, you need to charge the prosthesis. When you are active in the manner, you can just use this energy matrix. Harvey pointed to the Unit 0 in the center of the room. If you go out, you need to carry a charging magic stone like Reiner. The primary magic stone can only provide energy for 2 hours, and the intermediate magic stone can provide 6 hours of activity time. Well, I will raise money to buy high-level magic stones later to ensure that you and Reiner can store as much magic energy as possible. I don't know yet whether you can still release magic like before after the transformation. After you adapt for a period of time, we will try again. Pay attention to the inscriptions and joints of the prosthesis. If there is wear and overheating, remember to tell Reiner, he will be responsible for applying lubricating grease and adjusting the tightness of the parts for you. Stalin seemed to be listening to Harvey's endless and careful instructions, but he seemed to be distracted. He walked back and forth in the workshop for several sections to adapt to the body balance and walking frequency. He immediately walked quickly to the door of the laboratory, and with a hint of urgency, he stretched out his hand to twist the door of the laboratory. The winter morning sun poured into the room like a tide, and the golden light instantly submerged Stalin standing at the door. The brass-colored body of the alchemical prosthesis shone in the sun. This is the first time I've seen the Sunday. The hybrid turned his head and looked at Harvey and Reiner standing in the room. In the dark eye sockets, the deep red soul fire flickered gently.